Okay, cool. So I am brewing a coconut IPA and rebrewing it. The flood screwed the first one up. So it was actually really good. However, it was like absurdly overhopped. So, I need to brew it again. I can't not brew it again because it was just so good that it needs to be brewed. It needs to be drank, and I'm the one that's gonna do it. I got my coffee here. By the way, we have no potable water here in Asheville, and one of the things I thought that I did, but I apparently didn't, was I didn't turn the ice maker off here at the office, and I make iced coffee every day. And yeah, I realized that I didn't turn it off after I drank some coffee and didn't feel very well for like a couple of days. Now, here's the thing though. I never, like, the water is still not potable and I don't have fresh ice, and I really wanted some coffee today. So I'm taking a huge gamble right now because there's brown ice in the freezer and there's like clear ice in the freezer. The water has cleared up, but the clear ice was like at the bottom and it was kind of like frozen. It looked like it'd been frozen for a while. So I handpicked some ice cubes out, and I'm just hoping that I got all good ones because I don't want to get sick again, but I'm willing to take this risk because I really, really want some coffee right now. And this is just how things are right now. All right then. Another change in the things is that I don't have a bucket. We usually grind our grains into buckets, but I don't have one because they've all been appropriated for fresh water, toilet flushing water, yeah, just water in people's houses. I gave away a ton of buckets. I gave away buckets. We was like loaning people kegs, was filling diesel fuel, was filling kegs with diesel fuel during the flood and whatnot. So having brewing equipment turned out to be super handy for the pandemic, for like the disaster situation we found ourselves in. In fact, before at some point, like I guess as soon as they get the grains in here, I need to replace the spray valve on this because I took the spray valve off. I was using it as a shower, a makeshift shower. I was using a brew system as a shower, but I didn't want to shower like with the lid, so I took the spray valve out of this and then I zip tied it to my shower head in the office here, which came in really handy, but now I have to repair it. So anyway, I have no bucket, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna grind the mill of the grain straight into the kettle. And you know what? People love that. So I'm gonna do it. People don't really love that, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. This actually may be milled already. Nope, it's not. So, yeah, I'm gonna mill it. It's gonna go straight into the kettle and it's gonna go fine. I'm not gonna drop the mill into the kettle. I'm not gonna get grain all over my keyboard because I'm gonna move my keyboard. Nor I'm gonna get grain on the mouse. What we got here is, oh geez, shorthand. Where's my actual recipe? So this is pale malt. We have white wheat malt, bodybuilder malt, and we've used this just the first time. And the first time I brewed this beer a month and a half ago, it's the first time we used it, and the body was amazing. So JW down at the Asheville Brewer Supply says that that's his secret weapon, bodybuilder malt. It seems to have done the trick. And then some Vienna malt. So we got 8.5, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 1/4 pounds of grain. 12 1/4 pounds of grain here. I really kind of do wish I had a bucket handy because I don't really want to do this on a live stream. It's cool to do it in a video because if I drop the mill in the kettle. Yeah, shit, I'm doing this by myself too. Ah, this is not good, guys. And Libby, this is not good. Let me see if I can find a bucket real quick. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, all right. You know what? Sometimes all you gotta do is look around. So, I got a bucket here. We're gonna use this guy. Oh yeah. We still streaming? What's going on, guys? What is up? There we go. We're streaming still. All right, sweet. Here we go. Got a bucket. We got some grain. I got a drill. I have grit. I have determination. Luck has always been on my side. So I think this is going to work, potentially. Oh yeah, it's a little, not very sturdy. You know, how about this? I'm gonna take this off first, then I'll put the grain in, and then I'll do that. There we go. All right, it's gonna be noisy for a little bit. So turn the volume up all the way. You know what, while I'm thinking of it, I don't want to do anything crazy or dumb today. That's my goal. Nothing crazy, nothing dumb. I'm going to put the basket in now, you know, because I've never forgotten to put the basket in, but others have. All right, while I'm thinking of it. So yeah, that's right, Libby. I'm trying to, I think I got the good ice out of the freezer. I think I'm fine. So we'll all know in about, I don't know, 45 minutes if I didn't get the good ice. There we go, there we go. I like that Libby's just a heckler in the comment section. Zach Pearson, what, Zach, which version of Zelda are you playing? Nice. I spent way too much time on Tears of the Kingdom this spring and summer. I make beer. I am making a coconut IPA. All right. And I'm single crushing today. I ain't got time to double crush. I do, but I'm just not going to. You got to do that. You got to do that to get the dust out. Otherwise, just get dust wherever you put this thing. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. Dysentery IPA with questionable ice cubes from my freezer. Pretty sure I got the good ones. I didn't pick any of the brown ones out of there. I got the old pre-Helene Mountain Spring Asheville water. Or at least like 90% that. Ooh, it tastes good, but you know what? The coffee with the bad ice in it that got me, it tasted good too. All right, I need a mash paddle here. Ooh. Oh, that smells like, it's a little, I don't know, I guess it's standard malt, but it has like a really kind of a berry vibe to it. Kind of like a fruity vibe. So let's eat a little bit. Nope, doesn't taste fruity. Yep, just like horse feed or something. All right, cool. Mashing in here. So mashing in at 156. I am at 156. Gonna just dump this in. I guess I'm just gonna dump now and stir later. Don't generally have issues with that. Alrighty, grains are in. Let's get the, oh yeah, it does help to stir it as you're putting the grain in. But if you just tuned in, I'm brewing a coconut IPA. I brewed this once, roughly 5-6 weeks ago. Literally, here's what happened. I was blissfully brewing away here in the office by myself, just doing a little experimental recipe on a, I guess it was a weekday. Had everybody left? I think everybody left, and I was kind of brewing into the evening. And anyway, it had just started raining. My wife calls me and says, "Hey, I heard that the water might be out tomorrow because of the storm. Should I get water?" And I said, like, the boil advisory? She said, no, like, no water. And I said, yeah, you should get some water. So then I filled some kegs and buckets here and really had no idea what was coming our way, like no idea. And that night, you know, it just unleashed. And the next day, it was just a SHTF situation. The shit had hit the fan. And yeah, everything's been different since then. So I'm rebrewing this beer. Brewing it again. I did actually get to taste it. I finished it out, but then I just didn't have any kegs or any buckets or anything to transfer it into because everything had been appropriated for water and fuel, since we didn't have either of those here. So the dry hops that I had added just overran everything, just kind of destroyed the coconut, and it just had the worst hop burn ever. But I did taste it. I dry hopped it cold as I was carbonating it, and as soon as I put the dry hops in there, I had drank a few with a couple buddies actually, because I was quick carboning it at the same time. And oh my God, it was so good. So I can't let this recipe go. I'm gonna have to do it again. And that's what I'm doing right now. All right, feels pretty good. Okay, like I said, I took the spray valve apart to make a shower. So I need to rebuild the spray valve on the lid with my dysentery coffee, which may or may not cause me to miss work tomorrow. If it does, you know what? I'm sure my boss will be cool with it. Right, Libby? Okay, so I need to take this spray valve off of the hose. Like I said, what I did was we were using the brew system as a shower because we didn't have running water in here. So I was just filling it with water that we were getting from like FEMA trucks and stuff like that, and then heating it with the kettle, and then just running it like I was doing a mash, except I was the grain. And I took the spray valve apart, and then I just zip tied this guy to my shower head, and it worked pretty well. I mean, it was, certainly better than no showers for it was, I think, maybe three plus weeks before we got water back, maybe 4 weeks. So kind of crazy. You never know what's gonna happen, folks. So here's what you need to do. Honestly, get yourself a brew system and some kegs because they came in really handy. Showering and water and fuel and whatnot. All right, just kidding. Take that off, pop this off, and then I guess gotta get my lid here. So, oh, you know what I need? I'll have it right here. See, I thought this far ahead. I got 2 pairs of pliers out, yet I forgot to make a thumbnail for the video. All right, undo this guy. Hey, all right, you know what I did want to mention? So, yeah, it was at least 3 weeks that we didn't have any water. But here's the thing, I do want to mention this. A couple people had sent us beer. Like fans of the channel, people who have our systems. I don't even know who it was. And just recently, a couple shipments showed up with beer. And if you're somebody who sent us beer recently, you are awesome, because I drank all that beer that was in the fridge during the time that I was here helping out with people, Fortunately, we were all right with as far as the flood went. Nothing, no trees fell in my house, nothing got damaged by the water. We're very close to the river, but not close enough to have been actually flooded out. But a lot of people just left. I happened to just stay here, and I filled up all of our, first thing I did was I filled up some kegs with diesel fuel. So I had diesel fuel, and then I had plenty of fuel. And then I was able to just get around. So Edmund and I drove down to South Carolina. We got water, we got supplies. We helped a bunch of people out. And Yeah, we lost power too, so like the beer got warm, and we didn't. I didn't really have anything great on tap anyway. But a couple people had sent us some beer, canned beer and bottled beer, right before that, and I was just drinking it throughout those few weeks that I was here working on stuff, and it was awesome, man. It was really, really cool. So thanks to the people who did that. Everything that I drank was like stellar. It was amazing. So some stouts, some pilsners, and what else we have in there? Some a couple like some dark lagers, stuff like that. Alrighty, where should I put this guy? I'm gonna put the washer on the other side. Put this guy here. Yeah, so rebuilding this spray valve since I no longer need it for a shower. We do have running water here. You still can't drink it, but you can shower with it, which is cool. Better than nothing, at least. I did at my house. You know what I think I want to do is, that'll be fun. I did at my house install a couple of whole house filters, and I think I'm gonna do that here at the office too, just so we have. They're carbon filters. They filter out some chlorine. I am kind of worried that it would like strip out all of the minerals, which I don't want it to do. But yeah, I currently just to be able to run the water through my water heater because it still has sediment in it and whatnot. Put a 5 micron filter, whole house filter on, and then I put a secondary 0.5 micron, and you can see the filter like housing is it's clear, it's see-through, so you can see that it's filtering some stuff out. The filters be filtering. And I imagine I'm gonna have to replace them soon, but I think I'm gonna put one on the office here. Okay, cool. Got the lid back together here. Spray valve is back on. I did bend the lid at some point. Don't know what happened. Let's see if I can unbend it. Yeah, I then had the brew system set up as a shower here for a while, and then took it home to my house and was showering with the brew system at my house for a couple weeks as well. So it's back. I have cleaned it, and now we are going to brew beer with it again, which is pretty nice. All right, got to get a pump here. I set one out somewheres. Do this as well. So we're mashing at 156. And I probably should have done this before I put the grains in, but I don't think it's a big deal. I'm pretty, laissez-faire when it comes to brewing. Anything goes, really. It's honestly kind of hard to screw up a beer. Sanitation, that'll do it. And bad recipe, that'll do it. But flood that causes you to not transfer your beer for a few weeks, that'll do it. These hoses are dirty on the outside. Are they dirty on the inside? suppose it doesn't really matter. It kind of does, but let's see here. Let's grab this one. Oh yeah. Yeah, here is another one of my my shower. That's actually, that's the spray valve I was looking for. This is what I had attached at one point to, as another version of the shower. So at one point I had 2 brew system showers set up. One was the 10-gallon system at home, and the other one was the 20-gallon system here. All right, got that guy there. What would you recommend equipment-wise for a new all-grain brewer? What do you have already, Tyler? Are you looking to get equipment, or do you have some basic equipment and you're looking to add some stuff to it? Because if you have basic equipment and you're looking to add some stuff, I'm going to use a couple cool things today. I have a little pickup tube in here, which is super handy and super simple. It's just a 90-degree fitting that screws into the inside of the drain on our kettle. And then I'll be using a Whirlpool arm as well. And I won't be using the hot basket. All right, pump. One end of the pump is hooked up. Now, let's see here. I feel like one of these hoses might not be clean. Yeah. I think it is this one. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't clean some of my equipment right after the flood happened. Or actually right before the flood happened. I brewed the day before, and it's like, you know what, I'll clean that up tomorrow. And then we didn't have water and power for weeks. This one's a little sus as well. So, grab this guy. Nope, that's even more sus. What I'm gonna have to do is put this pump up on the table and use a small hose. All right, Tyler, do you ship to the UK? Nope, we don't. I mean, UK, yeah, we do. You can get our system in the UK. It's just that the issue with it is that the power supply requirements are different. So you can't, we can't ship you a controller. I mean, we could ship you a controller, but it's not going to be compatible with your power supply, power system. Your power grid, I should say. All right. Got that. Ooh, that's hot. Got this guy here. Boom. And first thing I'm gonna do is actually prime this pump. So I'll open the ball valve. Pump away. There we go. All right. So I would be able to make a step down. I'm an electronics engineer, so would I be able to make a step down transformer? I don't know, man. You're an electrical engineer. You tell me. I have no idea. No, Emmett would know that. Emmett is our R&D guy. He does the R, and you know what? I think maybe I do the R and Emmett does the D. I do the research, Emmett does the development. It's a little bit of both. Emmett is the one though that develops most of the products, and especially the, you know, like the controller type stuff, he would know. So if you want to know the answer to that question, like for real, you should, and you can, and you're very welcome to just shoot us an email. So email Emmett at info@clawhammersupply.com and ask him if you can make a step down transformer for the brew system controller, and he'll tell you. And just make sure that you let him know that you're an electrical engineer and that you have like those types of skills. And man, this looks pretty official. Chair's maybe a little high. Yeah, just let him know that you have the skills to do that kind of thing, and he'll let you know. So, all right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, so I gotta, hey Siri, set a timer for 60 minutes. Actually, you know what? No, let's stop that. Let's not, because this has probably been in here for 10 minutes at least. Just say 15. Hey Siri, set a timer for 45 minutes.
45
All right,
minutes.
cool.
Counting down.
Yeah, I mean, we would love to sell in the UK. We would love to sell in Australia. There seems to be a big demand for that. You know, we get a lot of comments and emails, especially, you know, people in English-speaking countries that see our YouTube videos, you know, where they can't get our equipment. It's just that the power supply difference is such that, you know, we would have to have several different versions of our controller, and then dealing with the regulations in those countries. It's just not something that we've really been compelled to get into. But we have sent plenty of brew systems without controllers to those countries, like different countries, and people just like get like an Auburn controller, or you know, they'll come up with something on their own. So that's a possibility. And if you have, you know, something that you think might work and you want to know if it would work or not, holler at Emmett at info@clawhammersupply.com. He has been asked every possible question about this, and he will let you know. We do ship stuff to Canada like all day, every day. So Mexico, yeah, like we ship anything anywhere. You just have to ask Emmett. Ask Emmett. info@clawhammersupply. Just send him an email and ask him. Emmett is the guy whose job it is to know what's going on, and he does a pretty good job of knowing what's going on. So, package pouring. What's up, guys? What yeast are you using today? We are using. I'm gonna use Kveik yeast, and you know what? Thanks for asking that. I need to. Oh crap! I think that's in the freezer. I need to take that out. All right, so here is the deal. We're brewing a coconut IPA, and I did this for actually a very specific project, which the video will be, video is gonna be dropping, I'm hoping tomorrow, maybe Tuesday. But I'm rebrewing it now, and it's kind of, it has like a kind of a tropical vibe. Of course, you know, the coconut's gonna make it taste like coconut. But then I'm using this Kveik Voss ale yeast, and it's, if you've never used this, first of all, it ferments super fast. If you've never used it, you need to use it. It's great yeast. but it ferments super fast. I'm talking like if it's warm where you're fermenting it, it'll be done in a day or two. And then it has a super strong citrus vibe, very strong citrus vibe. So like just straight up like orange juice. And I had a coconut IPA that had like orange rind or pith or something in it, and then of course it's a coconut. So it was kind of had a citrusy vibe, and I think they used citra hops as well. So it had a citrusy vibe and it had the coconut vibe. And the citrus, I am gonna put some citra in this beer, but the majority of the citrus flavor is actually gonna come from this Voss yeast. It's just like crazy how citrusy this stuff is. Is Canada a pretty? Someone else is gonna have to field that question. So in Mexico too, we're the first beer exporter of the world. Homebrew is rising in Mexico. Like, so the #1 exporter, is that what you mean? Can I make this bigger? Oh yeah, that's actually very helpful. Yeah, I mean, Mexican lager is all the rage here in the US. So I have a version of a Ninja Creamy. It works with voltage converter to 220, but forever you need at least 3,000 watts converter probably. You lost me at Creamy. Anyway, yeah, modular brew system. Works as a brew system and, as it turns out, as a shower. If you live in a flooded disaster zone that doesn't have power, well, temporarily, or water for literally 5 weeks. So I'm writing from Izmir, Turkey. First of all, it's like 3 in the morning right now, and that's cool. And I want to ask you, why you don't use sparger malts after mashing for a better efficiency? Mostly just because we like to keep it simple, and we build the efficiency that this is. So we get like 70% efficiency as is, and we just build that into the recipe. So we add a little bit more grain. It's like literally pennies for base malt, and yeah, it makes things a little bit more simple. If you're sparging after, I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose of brewing a bag, or brewing a basket. It's just the simplicity is why it's such a good system. If you're sparging afterwards, and you have to like then set aside water for sparging, and then it has to be, a certain temperature, or ideally, I guess it would be kind of warmer. So that's just like a whole other set of steps and another container, and I don't know, just complexity. So yeah, this is how we do it here. Yeah, so like the pump, yeah, it's like a continuous sparge. But I think you do get a little bit better efficiency if you're rinsing, essentially like you're rinsing sugar out of the grain with fresh water. So, I mean, we've done it before. If we brew a really like heavy duty beer, we have like 25 pounds of grain or something, and we're trying to fit it all in this kettle. This thing maxes out at like about 20 some, a little over 20 pounds. So what we'll do is we will, in that case, set some water aside, and we will elevate the grain basket and put it on the hooks, set it up above the kettle. Because you just can't fit all the water and all the grain in the kettle at that point. If you get like 25, 26, 28 pounds or whatever, that's just too much. I will say that I think of all the modular brew systems, I think ours might have the highest capacity for grain. But there are still cases where you wanted to brew a barley wine or a Russian Imperial Stout or something like that, and you're trying to get a full 5 gallons of it. Then you're going to want to set some water aside. Once the mash is done, you lift the basket, you put it on the clubs, and then you just rinse the water through. that you set aside. So you get your, you have the boil volume, pre-boil volume that you're looking for. Winter warmer today. That's cool. What's in your winter warmer? Like a holiday ale? Are you making money out of home brewing? Like YouTube money? Not so much. But we do sell brewing systems. Yeah, so the finer the crush, and you can completely annihilate the grain and just turn it into straight up flour with our brew system if you want to. You're not going to like jam up the basket. It's just not going to happen. But yeah, double crush helps. Adjusting your pH helps. I've done either of those today, and then yeah, if you wanted to, you could do an extra sparge as well. But just build the 70% into your recipe software and go from there. Yes, Brewsmith, you can set it up to, here's what you need to do. If you're trying to brew systems, if you're trying to brew beer using our system and you're using Brewsmith, or it's Beersmith, right? To make your recipes, email Emmett. He will just email you back the equipment profile that we have dialed in over years for that software. What's the Brewer 97 yeast? I'm not familiar with that one. I love Voss. I would say if I had to pick a favorite yeast, it would either be Mythical Hammer, the blend that we developed with White Labs, or it would be Voss. But Brewer 97, that it sounds familiar, but I'm just not sure. All right, so I'm going to be brewing some beer in 2 weeks with my friend, but it's my first time brewing in several years, and I don't have a recipe. Just oats and cherry juice. Just what I have on hand. Hey, what could go wrong? What could go wrong in that scenario? Will you be drinking water? Will you be drinking coffee made with non-potable water? That's the only way you can make that worse, which I might be doing today. Yeah, so have we ever brewed Hefeweizen on our system? We have, but it's been a long time. And so, like I was saying, I did the Reddit thing the other day, and yeah, it kind of made me realize, man, in fact, I have a wheat beer in the fridge here, Hefeweizen in the fridge. I buy them all the time, but we never brew them. And I think just because we're always like experimenting with new stuff, we're doing the coconut IPA. And I really need to probably just brew more of what I actually drink. Do you know in Greece that we have something called nomadic breweries, and we have our brands to sell our beers? No. Have to explain that. I'm not really sure how that works out. Yeah, Beersmith. Yep, that's the name. So Drew Kopchak is brewing a holiday ale with Victory, Caramel 40, Amber, Chocolate, and Northern Brewer hops. Are you doing like any spices, like winter spices? What's our favorite recent brews that we love so much we want to brew it again? This coconut IPA. I think this one's gonna be a Grand Slam home run, because what we had sampled before we had to abandon it due to the flood was just outstanding. And I think it's weird because it's like coconut, you get like the oil and it has like fat content. So if like the head on the beer wasn't great, obviously, but it wasn't horrible. But it has this sort of like kind of like satiates you in a weird way, because it's like chefs, I guess the magic like food science formula is X percentage of fat and salt and carbohydrates and sweetness, and really what's missing from beer is like a higher fat content, which kind of sounds weird. And I think when you add that in there, it just kind of changes it a little bit. And that the coconut, I think that kind of comes through in a weird way. I'd love to see you guys collaborate with LGR. What am I missing here? Who is LGR? I'm sure I know who it is, but I don't know what the abbreviation is. So to use your controller in the UK, as our breakers are 30 amp and your controller is 30 amp, it would need its own circuit to use. Again, Emmett, you're asking Kyle, and I am the wrong guy to ask about that. Lazy game reviews. Like, what are we talking? Football games? We talking video games? We talking board games? Yeah, we love Ross as well. We miss Ross. Ross is the man, and he's the one of a kind. I was just texting with him a couple days ago, yesterday maybe even. We are going to be hanging out with Ross in Colorado in end of February, early March. I don't know if we're gonna brew beer, but we are definitely gonna be hanging out, and I'm very much looking forward to that. So it's gonna be super fun. We've had this one on the books for a while. Yeah, cinnamon. You gotta add like something like that to a holiday beer. So we rent the breweries and we can sell our beers. Oh, that's cool. Where was that, Greece? That's super cool. Could you try to brew a saffron amber ale? Saffron is like, what does saffron taste like? I feel like when you go to Indian restaurants and have like the little like candy coated spice, is that saffron? Saffron tastes sweet, floral, and earthy. That doesn't really help me out. I think I know what like the saffron taste is, but I'm not positive. I think I'm kind of getting it mixed up with like fennel. Oh, lazy game reviews. All right, we should collab with lazy game reviews. Well, I don't know who that is. Look this up. Lazy game reviews. Let's see if I can get this going without it actually starting. Oh, first of all, come on now. Oh man, this is a huge channel. All right, do you know Lazy Game Reviews? Because if you do, reach out to him and ask him if he'll collab with us. I doubt he's going to respond to our request. But you know what? I feel like we could be friends because Quake, Wolfenstein, that was literally like the first computer game I ever had. Well, I had computer games before that, but that was like the first of its kind that I had, I guess, of the like, what do you call that? Like a single person shooter? Age of Empires. I think Emmett might have been into that one. I never really got into the Sims. I do love Civilization, Doom. This guy's got like a weird mix of old and new games because he's doing Brawl Stars as well, right? Or am I looking at different channels? No, yeah, this is all Lazy Game Reviews. Oh no, I literally was just looking at like a bunch of random videos. But no, he does have like Dune, Sims, SimCity, literally like my all-time favorite game. I liked all of those simulation games, but not The Sims. Like there was a game called, yeah, Libby. She knows. I didn't. This is funny. She came out of the woodwork to point this out. I like Sim Ant, not Ant Farmer. Hey, you know what? Since Libby's still here, why don't you ask her questions in the chat? I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right. I'd like to point out that that was a perfectly normal bathroom experience. Meaning that I don't think that any of the ice I grabbed was made with the non-potable Asheville water. I got all the good cubes, the clear ones. Yes, Swiglet in the chat is Libby. All right, I'm gonna crack a beer. Oh. It's actually back here. All right, here are the options. All right, here are the options. I think I buy this all the time and I actually just don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's Weinstefner. Weinstefner? There we go, there we go. So we got a Weiss beer, Hefeweizen. I love this beer. That's probably what I'm gonna drink. I also have, this is a Dissolver beer. Love the Dissolver guys. We have their Italian Pils. Nobody is making an Italian Pils as good as they are. They're just crushing it, and I think this beer is crushing it for them. Visatefner. All right. And we have a Burial beer. This is a West Coast IPA made with, it's double dry hopped with El Dorado, Grungeist, which I have not heard of, Hallertau Blanc, and a dusting of Amarillo Cryo. And it has a really cool can. Nobody would even notice is the name of this beer. What do you think, folks? Which one should I go with? The Hefeweizen, the West Coast, or the Italian Pils? Grungeist, Green Ghost, huh? Weihenstephaner. All right, Weihenstephaner. Yeah, I guess you would say wine. Weihenstephaner. I don't know. I buy it all the time. That's all I can say is I love this beer. It's great. Let's see here. Pizza beer. I had an Imperial IPA for the first time yesterday, and it was good, but I wish I hadn't. Like, what do you mean you wish you hadn't drank it? Because you got all goofballed out? You had a hangover? What happened? You cracked the, what up, Emmett? I'm brewing the coconut IPA. I'm re-brewing it. Crack that Pils? Yeah. Another Italian Pils, another Pils. What up from Germany? West Coast. I don't know, we're getting a good mix in here. Dirty Water IPA. No, that's my coffee. That's the Tainted Ice Cube cold brew coffee. Tainted Ice Cube iced espresso. You know, it's a good day when you transition seamlessly from coffee to beer. I feel like sometimes the table gets hot, but it's not. Fine. Yeast is fine. Dirty Water IPA. West Coast for sure, huh? I mean, I kind of do. I think I'm gonna save the West Coast for later. I feel like this is gonna go the best with my coffee. So this is what we're doing. Oh yeah, so good. I'll get to these other beers later. So Emmett, there's some people here who are asking about controller. If you want to answer those questions, I wanted to know if all that needs to be done to run a controller in the UK is build some sort of a voltage stepper. I said, you're the guy to ask about that, as I have no idea. All right, so brewing a coconut IPA today, rebrewing the coconut IPA, brewed it once, it was great, got destroyed by the flood, didn't get destroyed by the flood, it got, our office is fine, it got disrupted, I don't know, we couldn't tend to it and transfer it off the hop, so however you would say that is how I want to say that. But I'm rebrewing it because we just had to let that beer go, and it was really good. What we had sampled was just outstanding. So we are, shout out to JW at Asheville Brewer Supply. He came up with this recipe for me. I just told him what I wanted. I told him it was actually based on a burial beer that I had a while back. So we have raw pale malt, we have raw white wheat malt, some proximity bodybuilder malt, which JW at the homebrew shop says is his secret weapon, and then we have some Vienna malt. And the mash here, which will be done in 16 minutes. And then my hops got kind of cut off, but it's just Magnum, it's Simcoe, it's Citra, it's Mosaic. I think we have, do I have the bag right here? We go. We have some cryo for the dry hop. I think we have also, yes, some Amarillo. And then yeah, a decent amount of Simcoe. And I think we went with the Simcoe, no, some Sabro. Sabro's in there as well. Sabro has sort of like a coconutty vibe to it, say some people. I am putting actual coconut in the beer as well, but it should have sort of a hoppy, coconutty hoppy kind of vibe to it, based on the characteristics of that hop. Boil Advisory, IPA, 1,000-Year Flood, IPA. Bad Monday when you transition from beer to coffee? No way. Lutra, no, sorry, I'll finish the recipe. Voss, Kvike yeast. Because Voss has a really strong citrus profile, and the recipe that this is based on was a beer that was pretty citrusy. So we're doing Citra hops and we're doing the Voss to really hammer down on the citrus. What up, Luis in Argentina? We got people here from Michigan to Argentina, Germany. What beer are we talking about that's better bottle conditioned? So I just bought your keg fermenter, should be in on Tuesday. Can't wait to try it out. I usually make mead, but trying my hand in beer now. Dude, you know what? You could just fill that thing with honey and water and just make a lot more mead. Looking good. Smelling good. Wow, South Africa, what is going on? Can you name this one evacuation order? You know what, we were never told to evacuate Asheville, so we all just stayed here until really it was too late. Like literally, we couldn't leave. There was one way in and out of the city that was south down to Greenville. You couldn't go east because trees had fallen and blocked the road. You couldn't go west on 40 because a landslide took the road out. You couldn't go north on 26 because I think it's a Nolichucky up there, just destroyed the road and the bridge. You could only, and you couldn't go south initially because trees came down and were blocking the highway. But eventually actually pretty quickly they got the trees cleared to the south, so we were able to go south. But it was like a number of days before we could go south, before we could leave the city. Yo, another 154 IBU brew. Now I actually on the rebrew here, like I said, I brewed this once. It was too hoppy. It just there was like hop burn on this one. So I've cut the hops in half. Literally, I think we can get away with like half of what we use. I really want the coconut to come through. So, have you brewed with hot peppers for flavoring? Yeah, we did a winter lager like a year or two ago with some some peppers from South America, some sort of peppers from South America, and it was really good. We just put like a handful of them in there just to give it like just a slight amount of like warm kick to it, and it was like the perfect amount. What up, DJ in the Netherlands? New York, Scotland, Vermont. I would love to go to Vermont at some point. I really want to go to New England, mostly because I love the movies. Anywhere in New England. I love the movies like What About Bob and Beetlejuice. And those were like set in the New England area. And so I have this like idyllic picture of like what it would be like to be there based on those movies. No, not checking the pH. That's like Emmett's job. And I don't brew like that. I'm not a great brewer. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I am not a good brewer. I'm a lazy brewer. I'm kind of a lazy human. Yeah, thanks, James. We're all good. We still don't have drinking water here. We can shower. The water is discolored still. It's been more than 5 weeks, but at least we do have water back and we have power, and everybody at Clawhammer is okay. There are a lot of people in Asheville that aren't okay. The River Arts District, which is literally just down the hill from the office here, I mean, you can see it from here down the hill. It got destroyed, and if you go down there today, it looks worse than it did the day after the flood. I mean, literally, it looks worse because everyone is gutting all of the buildings there, and they're just piling, trash bags of mud out along the street and all of the debris and everything. So there are still buildings down there that are just completely, huge warehouse buildings that just got annihilated. They floated down and ran into the next warehouse building down the street and just like piled all up against it. And it's just still there. So an unbelievable amount of destruction in the River Arts District. Those are mostly businesses. Unfortunately, worse are the people who lived along like the creeks and the streams and the smaller rivers that are tributaries of the French Broad River. And yeah, plenty of people, unfortunately, a lot of people lost their houses and cars, and it just was crazy. It's been crazy. It still is kind of crazy here. So, but we're all good. Myself, Emmett, Libby, we're good. Everybody up in Tennessee, Johnson City, Tennessee got hit as well. Everybody at the warehouse is good. So we lucked out on this one. So I brewed a pale with Voss that came out so good. The only issue was that it attenuated way down and was a little thin. What do you like to do to build up the body? Grist was 90%, 2-row, 5% Munich, 5% wheat. Well, so good question. So this is the second beer we brewed with this. JW at the Asheville Brewer Supply came up with the recipe for us based on what I just told him we wanted it to taste like, and he tossed some Proximity Bodybuilder malt in the grain bill for us. And it had, this is a brewery brew, I'm tweaking the recipe. The first version had great body, so fermented with Voss, Bodybuilder malt, great body. New York, we got some Utah in here. Wow, good day, mate, from Australia. Currently have a honey pale ale in the fermenter. Did you actually add honey to it? Is it like a braggot, or did you just use honey malt for the pale? And by the way, we're gonna be headed to your neck of the woods here this winter in about, I guess, mid-January. The Clawhammer crew plus Charlie from Golden Hive is gonna be dropping in on Jesse from Stillet in New Zealand. I'm gonna go back. We had a great time last year. We made some cool videos, and going back. Finland. It's funny, we have people from Utah, like, man, it's just people from all over. Utah, Finland, South Africa. Another from South Africa. Cans and bottles side by side. Okay, sorry. So the Hefeweizen you have there, I tried the cans and the bottle side by side and definitely prefer the esters and mouthfeel of the bottled one. I can't get this in bottles here. I would be interested to see what other people think. So, I guess I know. So like I've been down to the Caribbean several times here in the last couple of years, and I'm sure I've had this in a bottle there. You don't see a whole lot of tall boys down there, but they always have a good selection of, weirdly, you go to like an island like Aruba or like Bonaire, right? So you're in this like beautiful Caribbean island, and you go to the grocery store and you're thinking, right, I'm gonna get some Corona to go drink on the beach. And they have this insane selection of super heavy duty Belgian doubles and triples and German wheat beers and stuff like that. And I think it's because Bonaire, for example, is, it's part of the Netherlands or Belgium. Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know what the connection there is, but all of the beer there comes from Europe. So I believe I've had this in bottles there. As long as Libby's okay. Libby is fine. Margarine Taylor grease. All right, serious question. Should I choose a 35 liter or a 65 liter brew system? Can brew a small 5 liter batches. 6 to 8. Yeah, it sounds like you're not ordering a Clawhammer supply system. So I think you need to back up a step and probably go with a 10.5 gallon system or a 20 gallon system. That's where you need to go with that question. Going to Finland. Hey, from Austria, what's up? Montana, Sweden. Yeah, we love the Jesse collaboration as well. That was so much fun. So my cousin helps run the Restoration Hotel in Asheville. My uncle and aunt were really worried as they hadn't heard from her in a few days, and we all live in England. The Restoration Hotel, I'm not sure that I'm familiar with what that is. Oh, okay, so downtown, yeah, everything downtown in Asheville is fine. It's like the downtown Asheville is like on a hill, essentially. Which, smart place to put a town. There are plenty of towns around Asheville here, built like right along the French Broad. I mean, there are entire towns that were just destroyed in the flood. So Marshall, for example, in Hot Springs, Chimney Rock, those places just got destroyed, like completely destroyed. I think, to give you a real answer to the should I get a smaller brew system or a bigger brew system, I mean, I almost never, me personally, and I know a lot of people do it differently, but me personally, I tend to brew smaller batches. So we often use the 5-gallon system for that. So, you know, or I'm sorry, the 10.5-gallon system, and makes 5 gallons of beer. Basically, we like to do a lot of experimentation. So if you're the kind of person who likes to brew the same thing over and over, and you just want to have, you know, 10 full gallons of it on tap, or you want to have a backup keg, then maybe go with the larger system, like our 20-gallon system, for example. What is 65 liters to gallons? Yeah, so that's a 17-gallon system. But see, like the thing is, they take up more space, and then and here in the U.S., I assume if you're talking in liters, you're in the UK or you're anywhere really outside of the U.S. Let's be honest. You can't brew beer in the U.S. You can't brew anything bigger than like a 10.5-gallon system using our standard outlet in the U.S. Right? Standard outlet's 120 volts, and that's good to heat up, you know, basically this much water. Once you get into brewing in kettles bigger than this, like the 20-gallon kettle that we sell, you're looking at a much larger brew system. I don't know, can you see the brew system now? Our 20 gallons up there, but our 240 volt controller is up there. But yeah, it changes, like, you know, the input requirements. So all right, so the mash is done here. What is the fermentation plan for this beer? Well, that's a great question. That is a great question. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't plan a whole lot of anything. I just kind of do things. But I'm gonna toss it in a keg, and I'm gonna add some Kvike yeast. I'll put probably a spunning valve on it, but I'll set it to like 0 pressure, or as close to 0 as I can. All right, so mash is done. I'm turning the heat off here. Actually, mash is done. I'm turning the pump off. And then I'm gonna set this to, I could set an alarm. I think I'm just gonna be kind of lazy about it, and I'm just gonna set this to, sometimes what I'll do is that I'll set an alarm, I'll set the control to max power, and then it heats up super fast that way. And then I know when to actually start paying attention so I can avoid a boilover. Actually, no, we're fine. I'm gonna just do it this way. So I'm gonna set it to 200 degrees, and it's still heating up really fast, so. All right. Mash is done. Making a coconut IPA. I'm rebrewing the coconut IPA, actually. That got, just basically neglected during the Helene flood that happened here. So, I think my clips are over there. What's the news about the Funkatorium? Is it not opening? The Funkatorium is fine in terms of the flood. It wasn't physically impacted by the flood. Are they closing down due to just like a lack of traffic, or what? So if you hold the lid up, and then you close the ball valve, it actually just creates like a suction, and you can set the lid aside and not worry about beer dumping out all over your table. Like is king. I'm doing a hot ferment in my kettle as we speak. Oh, you know what? All right, here's actually, that's an interesting thought. Enclave ZA. So wait, I'm gonna, waiting on it to cool to 44C, then pitching, and I'll be done before you guys can get in. Well, man, that sounds like a challenge. Maybe that's what I'll do with this beer. Maybe I'll ferment it in the kettle. Why would I not want to do that? I think the reason I maybe wouldn't want to do that is because then I'm gonna have all like the hop debris from the actual brew day in there. Ah, man, I didn't plan on that when I created the recipe, but do I care? Most of the time I actually don't. I'm thinking I might do this. So wait, Funkatorium's not reopening. I did not know that. Here's the thing, in Asheville, I mean, Asheville is it's a tourist town, so this place is heavily dependent on people coming to visit and hang out and, you know, drink beer, like all the breweries. So yeah, and any business here at this point that was like kind of even remotely on thin ice, there are going to be a lot of businesses shutting down because the people just aren't here. It's kind of hard to host tourists when you don't have, I mean, we literally just got water we could shower with. I guess it was last week or so, and we still don't have potable drinking water. So everyone's drinking out of plastic water bottles or, you know, 5-gallon water coolers, or, you know, you go into like a FEMA site or somewhere like that and filling up containers of potable water there. All right, it's a brew off. All right, I need to get this out of here because I'm heating up to 200. Actually, I'm heating up to boil. I'm just have it set to 200. All right, you know, this is easier to do with a friend, but I've done it plenty of times by myself. You know what makes it a lot easier is not brewing on a table, just like putting your brew system somewhere lower than a, you know, 3.5 foot table. There we go. All right, I think I'm gonna change this one. Oh, you know what? The question earlier was how to increase the body of your beer if you're using something like a Voss yeast, which whoever it was had mentioned that the last beer they did was kind of had a thin body. I would say definitely do a mash out. And oh, actually, you know, I'm thinking of the efficiency question, how to increase your efficiency. Do a mash out, which I'm not doing. But if that's, you know, your thing, do a mash out. Beer coordination, what's up? Yeah, we're doing as well as we can. I'm brewing beer today, so I'm gonna say that's pretty good. Guatemala, present. Glad you guys are back, and much love to the affected in Asheville. Thanks, appreciate that. Okay, so coconut IPA, let's see, coconut IPA Redux. Brewing it again, and we have mash is done, heating up to a boil. We got raw pale, white wheat, bodybuilder malt, Vienna, and then I'm gonna be fermenting with Magnum, Simcoe, Citra, Amarillo, and Sabro. Sabro has like a coconutty vibe. And then we're leaning into that. I'm gonna be adding actual coconut to the beer as well. It's coconut IPA. I've heard you can toast this stuff, but I'm not gonna toast it. I'm gonna just add this, I think straight. Well shoot, if I'm gonna ferment in the kettle for this brew off, that just materialized out of thin air here, then I think, I guess I'm gonna add this at Whirlpool, and then we'll just leave it in here. I do love brewing beer quickly as possible. I love that. So yeah, the Voss yeast, I mean, what I can do is just leave it in the kettle, and then I'll set the controller to, I don't know, 95 degrees or something like that. This thing will be done in like a day or two. And I'll just toss this in a Whirlpool. Yeah, so I use, all right, Enclave, I've used it plenty at all temps, so I'm assuming you're talking about the Voss yeast. Cold, it will throw less fruit esters, but no problem at all. Fermenting in a kettle at 40 to 45 C. Someone's gonna have to convert that to Fahrenheit for me. What is that? How about I just help myself? What is 45 C? 113, bro, you're crazy. I've done like 105. I've never done 113. All right, so fermenting in a kettle at 40 to 45 C, also perfect, lots of lemon. Dude, all right, here's how you do it. So you could use the heating blanket to keep your fermenter warm. Here's how you do it if you have a claw hammer brewer system. Yeah, if you have you want to put it in a regular fermenter, and you'd like add like a heat band to it, or a blanket, or like a little pad, you can do that. What I'm gonna do is actually, I'm not even gonna take it out of the kettle here. I'm just going to leave it in here. I'm gonna add the yeast. I'm gonna put my lid on it, and then I'll set my controller to exactly, whatever, I think I'm gonna do 95. And I'll just leave it here. So, who was it, Enclave ZA? Someone said that they're brewing a beer with Voss right now, and they're gonna ferment it warm, and they're saying that their beer is gonna be done fermenting before I even get done with my brew day. Well, I don't think so. That I can spot a challenge, and that is definitely a challenge. So yeah, I'm gonna ferment this warm as well. It actually just is a great idea. Why not? Here's the thing. I mean, I don't have to clean a keg right now for this beer. I can just toss the yeast in here and leave and go home, and I can come back tomorrow morning and clean the keg. That actually sounds good to me as well. Clawhammer set to like 95 to 100 and enjoy. Yeah, 100 to 113, that's crazy, man. Like 113, that won't, that yeast, is that heat tolerant? Love the smell of love the dankish smell of Amarillo, yeah. Okay, so with the airlock, So if you have never seen the log beer that we did on our channel back in the day, you should watch it. It was one of our early videos. It's been at least 5 or no, let's say, gosh, 6 or 7 years since we did that. But long story short, we made some wort, and we put a log in a bucket with the wort, like a literal log in the bucket. And there was like 5 or 6 people at the office. We all touched the log. It's not like a sanitary thing. In fact, this guy Daily Crafton, who found the log, he mailed it to us in a box. In the box, it wasn't like in a plastic bag or anything. It was just it's just like in a USPS priority box, and there was a hole in it, and like a literal hole in the box. You could like reach your arm in and grab the log, and so we fermented this beer with the log, and it turned out like super clean. In fact, it had like a kind of a Voss vibe to it. It had like the slightest amount of funk, but it was like super citrusy. So long story short, let's see if someone's answered this in the comments already. I'm not using cooling, so I'm at 167. It would go so proficiently, no airlock required. Yes, that's the answer. So this is gonna ferment so fast that it's just gonna annihilate the sugar in the wort, and nothing else is gonna have a chance to grow. Like literally, that's it. That is the answer. As a fellow lazy person, I've started doing no-chill brews. Just dump the wort right after boiling directly into my fermentation keg. And then, that's assuming you're using Voss, or you're letting it cool it down naturally and then you're pitching afterwards. I do like that idea. Open fermentation is sometimes an okay thing. Yeah, we've never tried that, but we should try that. I mean, I guess this will be sort of open because it's gonna have a lid on it, but there's not gonna be, I think what I will do is I'll put the lid on it, and I'll probably like pile some stuff on it, just like something heavy to kind of push the lid down. Yeah, Brian, if you've not watched the log beer brew day video, you need to watch it. It's probably the coolest project we've ever done. Thanks, Tom. Tom knows what's up. He saw it. He's an OG. He's an old head. Yeah, just enough to keep the bugs out. Well, it helps brewing inside as well. Yeah, the log was definitely Voss-like. Voss wasn't even a thing that you could get, I think, when we did the log beer. Maybe like right around that time was the first time we'd ever heard of, you know, this type of yeast, the Kvike yeasts. They were just kind of, you know, being sort of discovered by the rest of the world at that point. But yeah, looking back in hindsight, it is a very, the Voss is kind of a log type of yeast. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. All right, another very normal bathroom experience. I do think that all the ice I grabbed for my coffee was pre-flood potable water. Yeah. Non-brown, crystal clear ice cubes. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so we're at 170 degrees. Like I was saying earlier, I don't often use the 20-gallon kettle. That's not generally my style of brewing. I know plenty of people who only brew big batches. Like they won't brew unless they can brew up 10 full gallons of wort because they want to have a keg and a backup keg. And I'm assuming these are people that just brew the same thing over and over. They know what they like. They brew it again and again. I'm more of an experimentation guy, so I like to just brew all kinds of different things. Hence the coconut IPA that we're making now, that I'm making now. I am rebrewing this, but it's because the first batch it got disrupted by the flood, but also it wasn't like I was gonna have to rebrew it anyway. It was just way too hoppy. The coconut didn't come through like I wanted it to, so I'm dialing the hops way back. And yeah, so if you're an experimentation person, brewer, then maybe you want a smaller kettle. If you like just having a ton of beer around and you know what you want and you want it, you want to brew 10 gallons of beer at a time. Or if you're just kind of a loose cannon and you just like rolling the dice on 10 full gallons of stuff, then maybe you want a larger kettle as well. But I'm a 10.5 gallon kettle guy. I generally though do like using our 240 volt controller, which is up there. You have to have a bigger controller for the 20 gallon kettle that we sell, but you don't have to have one for the 10.5 gallon. You can use a 120 volt controller. However, the 240 volt controller supports a 5500 watt element, and that is 3 times as powerful, more than 3 times as powerful than the 1650 watt element that's used with the 120 volt controller. So it speeds up the brew day significantly. Exactly. 240 volt plus 5 gallons equals flash brew day. The caveat, or I guess the hang up, is this. The 240 volt controller is more expensive, so it's a bigger investment. And I think the bigger hang up is that it requires a special power supply. And then, it's like essentially a dryer plug. And then also, so you need the dryer plug receptacle wherever you're brewing. And then also you have to have a spa panel installed it's called a spa panel, installed in your breaker box. So it's basically like a GFCI for a 240 volt. There isn't a cost-effective 240 volt GFCI plug-in that we could get for the 240 volt system. So you have to make sure that's built into your panel. With our 120 volt system, we have the GFCI built right into the controller. I think we're maybe the only people that do that. We don't have to do that, I guess. Nobody else does, but I sleep better that way, so we do it. Get rid of your dryers, folks. And what, convert them over to brew days or just clothesline? What are we doing instead of dryers now? I'm saving for the 20 gallon with 240 volt system, but with my conversion, it costs the same as my car. Where are you again? Well, you can get our system. You just have to come up with, in England, Anthony, you can buy we'll ship a brew system to you in England. You just have to email us and say, hey, I'm in England. I'll provide my own controller. So you can get everything but the controller, and yeah. Who needs a dryer? Brew more beer. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Just put up a clothesline. So yeah, you don't have 120 volts in Europe. Are you an actual DJ? Like, is your abbreviation of your name just DJ, or are you like a DJ? South Africa, RSA, same GFCI breaker I put from a brewery cost me 300 Canadian pre-COVID. Yeah, So 30 amp GFCI breaker. Here's the thing. I mean, yeah, it's not cheap. And in fact, the GFCI plug-in that we include with the 120 volt controller, like we never actually budgeted for that when we created the controller. We added it after the fact, but it's worth it from my perspective in that, you know, you're mixing water with electricity. You want to make sure you have some sort of a redundancy other than, you know, just doing your best to be safe and not spill things on plugins and whatnot. It's best to have some sort of a safety net there. All right, you're a radio DJ. All right, cool. I was thinking like you're DJing at clubs or something like that. Yeah, so James, the 240 volt controller in the UK frequency, yeah, probably. Again, Emmett, if he was here, he knows all of the answers to those questions. I intentionally stop listening when Emmett talks about the UK power supply and the controller power compatibility. I already have too much stuff in here, and everything I have in here at this point I feel like is a necessity. And if some like extra information comes in that I don't necessarily need, that Emmett's remembering, then like something that I actually need might fall out the other side. So I try to not get into that. Yeah, the 240 volt system will not work in the UK. It's worth, yeah, GFCI is worth it. I want to live. You can't drink a lot of beer unless you are alive, and that's a prerequisite to drinking and brewing, being alive. So GFCI, that is the answer. Yeah, our exchange rate sucks. Who said that our 240 volt brew system costs as much as their car with the exchange rate? And then where do you live? Two of the most insidious physics, water and electricity. Water always finds a way to reach electricity when they are remotely close to each other. I respect both too much to mess around. Yeah, you know what? I just installed a whole house filter on my house at home. I did a 5 micron and a 0.5 micron. Again, if you haven't been watching the stream and you haven't been watching the news, Asheville, which is where we are, got just annihilated by this ridiculous flood. We've been without potable water for more than a month, like 5+ weeks. I put 2 filters on my house. I still can't drink it, but at least I'm not pumping brown water into my water heater and through like my shower and sink fixtures. But anyway, I cut the lines really in the only place that made sense to do it, which is right next to the fuse box. It's separated by like a divider, concrete divider, but it's probably not code compliant. Is that what flag is this, Brian? Is that Brazil? You're making me like... doing flag conversions now? Brazil. No, that's not Brazil. Wait, RSA. So can somebody tell, like, what is the R in RSA? Oh, Republic. All right, man. How about that? I would love to go to South Africa because I've heard that the surfing is amazing, like near Cape Town. However, there are like white, great white sharks down there. That's not super appealing from a will to live standpoint. I brew with the GFCI, and I think my max surf risk tolerance is like anything other than a great white shark. All right, 183 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm gonna let you guys do the conversion on that one in South Africa, in the Republic of South Africa. I can't, the monitor is kind of far away, but Franco in South Africa looks like he has like a Norwegian beard. And brew, great surfing, sharks are mellow. Great, I've heard otherwise about like the great white sharks. They seem to be pretty unmellow. All right, here's the thing. Enclave ZA. I do like to travel and I do like to surf. Actually, I love to travel and I love to surf. So I'm making a mental note of this. There is a non-zero chance that I will reach out to you and say, I'm coming to Cape Town and we will surf. And since you put no sharks in all caps, I'm gonna hold you to that. West coast of Ireland has the best surfing in Europe. Yeah, but like, I guess, I mean, it's warm at some point on the west coast of Ireland. Is the surf good in the summer though, or is it only good in the wintertime? I think the only surfing I've seen in videos of people in Ireland, it's been like at a minimum very overcast and raining, and then I think from memory more likely like snowing. So do you have good surf in the summer in Ireland or just in the winter? Yeah, so the recipe for the coconut IPA. Let's get back to that. I feel like that's why people are tuning into this live stream. So coconut IPA, we have, I can't tell you the hops yet because I actually still need to do some, you know what, I should probably be figuring that out real quick. So I'm gonna do that right after I tell you what the grain bill is. So pale malt, 8.5 pounds. We have 1.5 pounds of white wheat. We have 1.25 pounds of bodybuilder malt, and then Vienna malt, 1 pound. I mashed at 156. I mashed at 156. I'm gonna be fermenting it with Voskevike. If you're using our kettle, our brewing kettle, I think it's 7.3 gallons of water is what you need. Emmett's email is info@callhammersupply.com. And then as far as the hops go, I need to figure this out because JW and I were down at the homebrew shop putting this together, and we're just kind of winging it a little bit. So let me pull up my printout got cut off here. So I'm gonna pull up my recipe here on my laptop and give you the entire hop bill. Since we are getting close to a boil here, I'm gonna need to sort this out. All right, 2056. Oh, come on now. There we go. Yeah, the original version of this recipe just had an absurd amount of hops in it. And it seems a little much to me. JW said we'd be fine. But again, the flood just made it impossible to transfer the beer, so. Oh no. Come on, man. There we go. Okay. Man, JW does all his hops in grams. So I assume 28 is 1 ounce, and then 56 grams is 2 ounces. The funny thing is, he does all his, Asheville Homebrew Shop lists all his recipes in grams in his recipes, but then he sells the hop bags with ounces on them. Or does he? Yeah, he's got ounces on here. So let's do this. We're definitely gonna do the 1 ounce of Magnum, and I have this set for a 30-minute boil. So I need to get my Magnum out ASAP, because that's gonna be the first thing going in here. Magnum, 1 ounce, boom. And you know what? I think that buys me some more time. Because that's all I really need to do right now is get that Magnum in. Cryo, I'm not going to need the cryo until later. I'll ferment in the kettle. I probably just actually, yeah, I guess I'll just toss the cryo in there maybe tomorrow, because it's going to ferment super fast. What's MSC malt? Got that one. Bodybuilder malt. Yeah, I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine. JW just dropped that on us for the first time the other day, and this is the second time we are using it. It does have a cool malt, or it does have a cool name. Yeah. So here's the entirety of the hop list is here. The original recipe was this, and don't brew it like this. This is too much. 1 ounce of Magnum at the boil, 30 minutes, and then a hop stand or Whirlpool, 2 ounces of Simcoe, 1 ounce Citra, 1 ounce Sabro, and then dry hop for 3 days. Simcoe, 2 ounces, 1 ounce Amarillo, 1 ounce Citra, as well as 1 ounce of Cryo Amarillo, 1 ounce of Cryo Citra, and 1 ounce of Cryo Simcoe. I think I'm gonna cut like almost all of this in half. I'm definitely gonna do all of the Magnum for bittering. Yeah, it is a boatload of hops. It was too much. It was like way too much, so. Klarheimer has the best beard and most in shape brew tubers in the biz. Yeah, we definitely have the best beards in homebrew for sure. Ross and Emmett, untouchable. Peter from Genus though, that dude, if you ever watch that channel, he's like a sleeper, like Prefontaine. That guy literally can run like Olympic speed miles. He's crazy. He's insane. What is the IBU? I don't maybe the IBU is listed on here. Yeah, so the IBU listed for all of those hops that I just listed there, according to Brewfather, and this is not my Brewfather recipe, it's JW down at Asheville Brew Supply, is 39, which is not even close to being correct. So I don't know. Yeah, all right, sorry. Genome deserves a, he's not even like special mention. He's like top tier homebrew beard. Top tier brew channel beard. So never, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you just have to trust me on that one. Yeah, so water is important. Switch to RO with salt additions from well water, and the difference is amazing. I imagine that would be quite an upgrade from well water for sure. I've thought about RO, but I don't want to have to add. I mean, sometimes I like to just brew a beer and not think about, what I'm doing, and just toss some water in the kettle and go. So I don't know that we're ever going to switch to RO, because at that point I will be required to add salt additions, and that is too unlazy for me. So gnome, I was just out of curiosity. I was like, if you Googled gnome brewing beard, does a picture of you pop up? It does not. You're like, your icon with the beard pops up, but 1 ounce is 28 grams. Doesn't matter, but it means like 3 ounce. That extra adds up to over a gram. All right. Peter can run, but can he burpee? That's a good question. I bet he can. I mean, dude can run like a 5-minute mile, and that's not an exaggeration. Speaking of running, I ran 6 miles this morning, folks. Number Gnome Brewing, you're number 3 beard in the biz. I don't know, man. Gnome's beard is pretty sweet. I think he's in contention for number 1. I think we'd need a side by side. Him, Emmett, Ross. Damn Good Brewing number 2. There's a lot of pretty decent beards in him. I'm fully grown for the winter right here, so I don't think I'm gonna win with this. Interesting. RO systems with remineralization filters. Was not. This is the kind of stuff that Emmett keeps tabs on. I'm sure he would know. I'm not aware of that. But that's really interesting to know. I would definitely consider something like that. I feel like I drink distilled water sometimes, and I can tell it doesn't do me right. All right, we're in 199. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this. I'm gonna go ahead and get this basket out of here and get ready to start my boil. So don't go anywhere. I will be right back. I'm gonna go dump this in the neighbor's yard. I will be right back. All right, minimal mess. Maximal mess for my neighbor. Swiffer Critical Brew Day tool. Oh yeah, baby. Swift that mess right up. Dude, my number 1 and number 2 tools and number 3 tools for brew days. I'm a big fan of the Whirlpool arm, but Swiffer and a little robot that mops for you, these are pretty handy as well. It's about snack time, so I'm getting these ready. So I'm gonna go ahead and I think just, we're at 200 degrees. I didn't set an alarm on this one. I just, see what will happen is this. If you set a specific temperature, like our boil temperature is low here. It's like 204. If you just set to max power, you'll get there a little bit faster. So you can set the max power and then set an alarm on the controller for like 200 degrees, then you watch to make sure you don't boil over. You generally don't get boilovers with 10.5 gallon, a 120 volt, I mean. But it happens every now and again. Why? I really don't know. But you can also just dial in temperature, like say 200 degrees, which I know is I'm safe, it's not gonna boil over. And then when it gets there, you just kind of have to keep an eye on it. The controller does slow down as it approaches 200 because it doesn't want to overshoot. So it will take a little bit longer to get up the temp if you do it that way. So I'm gonna switch this over to now manual mode, max power. Excuse me, I'm gonna leave, oh shit, I dropped a hook in there, it's fine. Not ideal, but it's okay, it's stainless steel. I'm gonna leave the hooks in here. You know, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna take them out. I'm just gonna set the lid like that. Okay, so heat is on, I'm at max power, we're at 200, it's just about to boil. Once it does start boiling, I'm gonna add this entire ounce of Magnum. Who was playing Zelda earlier? Was that Enclave? What is titles wrong? Oh shit. Dude, we're literally like 2 hours into this brew day and you're just telling me about the title now? This is what I dislike about, oh gosh. All right. Updated the title. Zach Pearson's still rocking some Tears of the Kingdom. So my son is 11 and we got real deep into that game. We beat it finally. We had to beat it and then move on with our lives. Or at least I did as an adult. No judgment though. No judgment at all. Captivating brewing, yes. Join late. What yeast did I harvest for the lager? Yeah, the title is old. The title was wrong. Thank you for whoever pointed out that it was wrong 2 hours into the brew day. It's fixed now. So I've got to keg a peanut butter porter so I can make an IPA. As I just got my hands on some, what is that? Pomona? What is Pomona? So I can make an IPA. Pomona, is that a hop? Is Pomona a hop? Dude, a new hop comes out like every week. Pomona hop? No? All right, I gotta open the door. It's getting, it's starting to get hot in here. About to get the last shrine. Well, you don't have to get all the shrines to beat the game though, right? In Tears of the Kingdom. I think the shrines are like one of the funnest parts of that game. Sorry guys, I have not eaten much. I have to eat some beef jerky. I'm gonna try to like not be too disruptive about it. So Carlos, you do, I mean, generally you don't ever have to change the temp sensor. They can be, you can damage them though. We have a sensor here actually, and it might even be this one. Every time I use it, I end up like, somehow the little headphone jack kind of end on it got corroded. And so I'll just kind of rough it up with a Scotch-Brite sponge or something. Otherwise it doesn't register with the controller. I don't know what I did to it. I got it wet or something. It still works. But so if you think your temp sensor is giving you off values, it could just be a calibration issue with the controller. You can adjust the calibration in the controller. So you can get in the settings there and do a temperature offset. Email Emmett for the instructions on how to do that, info@clawhammersupply.com. But if you think your temp sensor is damaged, then yeah, you wanna get that replaced. So this is your third batch of beer that your final gravity won't be lower than 1020. What are you measuring your gravity with? Are you using a refractometer or a hydrometer? Like, are you positive that you're doing that correctly? All right, had to open the front door as well. 2:03, we're getting close. I guess I am gonna, gosh, what do I do here? Do I just, okay, I could do the no chill here and pitch the yeast tomorrow morning. I'm betting it's gonna be, gosh, it would have to be down, it would have to drop low enough though, and I'm worried that with the insulation jacket with the lid on, it's still gonna be too hot to pitch the yeast tomorrow. I think I am gonna chill it down to like 195-ish or something, and then pitch today. All right, I'm still here. I'm in the back office getting a fitting and a hose clamp. Yeah. I'm gonna chill this down. Sorry, so we got a boil going here. I'm gonna add my Magnum hops. Need a pair of scissors for that. Ideally. To open up this hot bag. Okay. Got these Magnum hops open here. I'm just gonna go straight into the kettle with them. I am gonna chill it before I let it ferment in the kettle. But I'm gonna use the Whirlpool arm, and I'm gonna use the counterflow chiller. So since I'm gonna use both of those, I don't need the I don't need this guy here. I don't need the hop silo. There we go. Don't need that. Okay, straight in with some Magnum. 1 ounce. Siri. Hey Siri. Set a timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Counting down.
All right, so I'm doing a 30-minute boil on this one and not a 60. Yeah, sorry, not a lager. Wrong title. Tell me what's up with the Pomona yeast? I've never used it or heard of it. So Escarpment Labs, but like what's special about Pomona yeast? Franco, yeah, we've added cinnamon to beer before. A couple of times, a few times. Hazy IPA from Lellman. Shit. Oh, baby. That was close. All right. Woo. So super close to a boil over there. That's why you don't live stream while brewing. That's why you don't ever walk away from your kettle. Here's the thing though, this happened the other day and I think it screwed up a beer, because what happens when it does that is it gunks all the hop like matter up on the side of the kettle, and then it's no longer in the liquid. So what I'm gonna do is scrape it off, then I'll probably get the pump hooked back up, and I will kind of like rinse it back down into the kettle right quick, because this isomerization happens, you know, at this high temperature. Dang it. Got a bunch on the lid as well. It's not as much on the lid, but still I'm gonna try to get it off. All right, that's all good. I'm trying to reduce the bitterness of this beer anyway, so I'm gonna turn the pump on real quick and just kind of spray down the sides of the kettle. Super close to a boil over there. You didn't catch that. So I'll have to open the ball valve. Hot side aeration? Yeah, baby. Here we go. Brewlosophy says that that's not a thing, I'm pretty sure. All right. That's all it needs. That's why I didn't want to just use the clips, because I was thinking that that opening wasn't enough. The nice thing about the 120 kettle is that you can just set it to, the 120 controller is that you can just set it to max power, and you generally don't have to deal with boilovers like that. All right. Crisis narrowly averted. I measured my gravity the old fashioned. Well, then how do you know if you haven't, it didn't hit your gravity points? Is my question. No offense, but I'm just, you know, curious. Hey Kyle, the product image on your website for the thermal is still the old one. If I order it, do I get the new one? And do I need to order the temp probe as well? Yes, you get the new one. The thermal well, I don't know that that's gonna come with a temp probe. You'll definitely get the new thermal well. I don't think it's gonna come with a temp probe though. It's funny that I don't know the answer to that, but I don't know the answer to that. Christmas beer sounds cool. The wiring. Okay. Hey, question about the heating element. The wiring burned out, but the seal seemed fine when I tested it on my fermenter. Yeah, so that's could potentially be an issue of the screws just came loose over time. Like technically, you want to get in there and make sure those screws are tight. Depending on what version of our brew system you have, you may have had like an older one that didn't have the ring ends on all of the wires. So you may have had like a spade end, and those would be more likely to come off. So yeah, it probably was just potentially just that the wire came loose. But here's the other thing: heating elements don't last forever. They do burn out. We don't just use like off the shelf Home Depot, like hardware store heating elements. We have custom heating elements made for us with high temp plastic inside, with like they're heavy duty. And so they're made for our brewing system, but they still will burn out over time. Now that said, if it does burn out and you need to replace a heating element, in the middle of a brew day or for your next brew day, which is going to be tomorrow or something, you can use a Home Depot heating element. I just wouldn't use that long term. Good for Christmas. So pomona yeast is supposed to give a super juicy tropical fruit note. Yeah, that was close to like a legit bad boilover. A watch pot never boils. An unwatched pot explodes. What up from Greece, man? The Grecians need to get together. You're not the first. You're not the only one watching the stream from Greece. Yeah, we don't we currently ship non electrical stuff to Europe. So if you want a kettle or something like that, we'll send it to you. But you can't use the power supply is not compatible with our controller there. What up, Gum TV? What's your question? All right, so I recently tried twice to make an American Pale Ale after mashing. I put it in the container where the fermentation would take place and you added CO2? 12 psi, okay. I recently tried twice to make an American Pale Ale after mashing. I put it in the container where the fermentation was, so you put it in a fermenter and you added CO2. 12 psi and my fermentation ended at 10:25. Well, it should have ended at 10:07. Both times. So my question is, how do I pressure to ferment? How do I basically ferment under pressure? Okay, so I think 12 psi. I generally pressure ferment at 15 psi, so that should be no problem. Did you aerate the wort before or after you added the yeast? At some point, did you aerate the wort? Because if it only dropped to 1025, that could be the issue, you didn't aerate. The other thing is, what was your mash temp? Maybe you created a bunch of non-fermentable sugar due to your mash temp. So So lower mash temps, like say in the 140s, 140 to 145 to 149, you're going to create a bunch of really highly fermentable sugar, and the gravity is going to drop low. If you were to ferment at like the high 150s or something like that, then you're going to make non-fermentable sugar, and the sugar that's in the beer, just like the yeast, just can't eat it. So that could be another reason why the gravity didn't drop any lower. So pressure fermenting with the hop dropper. Haven't used mine yet. Do I need to do something to equalize the pressure to prevent the beer from shooting up into the dropper? Yes, you definitely would want to release the pressure on the keg before trying to drop the hops into the fermenter. So if you release the pressure, it's not like you're not going to have oxygen rushing in or anything. It's just going to be still a higher pressure than ambient or equal. And in fact, you pressurize the hop dropper and you purge it basically before you drop the hops in. So the beer is not going to shoot up into the dropper either way, but you do want to release the pressure first. I don't have a hood or a vent above my brew system. We don't have one installed here just because they're so loud and we film everything. So, but it is kind of like muggy in here right now. I have the front door and the back door open. So basically put the hops in the pressure relief valve on the top ball lock, on the bottom, purge a little and then drop. I just purge it all the way, completely purge it. And then you'll probably just, yeah, it'll still be a zero oxygen transfer if you purge it all the way down, because you're pressurizing, like the hops will be under a little bit of pressure, even in the dropper before it goes down. Like our hop dropper only has like a 5 psa pressure limit, but still there's going to be a little bit of pressure there. And then the beer will just repressurize itself. The keg will repressurize itself as it ferments. But you could also just hit it with some CO2 at that point. Our friends down at White Lab have told that White Labs yeast company have told us that like consistent pressure is actually a really good thing for the yeast. All right, I'm going to drink the beer I brew regardless of starting or final gravity. So why bother? But were you not the one who was asking about the why your beer wasn't fermenting lower? Maybe that was somebody else. I'm with you though. I'm not going to measure the gravity of this beer at any point. I don't do it either. Emmett does it every time. And I think most people measure gravity every time. Obviously some precious. Can you brew with 2 batches of mashed wort, one for sweetness and one for fermentation then? What's that mean? Anthony, how unlikely to be more interesting? I don't know, man. Okay, so like the brewlosophy would maybe like they couldn't tell the difference in the fermentable versus non-fermentable beer results. I think that's just because people are bad at tasting. There's no way that the 2 different experiments produce the same gravity, the same terminal gravity. Those are 2 good questions. How did you get involved in beer and homebrewing, and any projects you guys are working on, new product? Interesting story, and yes, we actually have a couple really cool products and projects that we're working on, and I'm happy to tell you about both of them. But yeah, agree, Kyle. A super taster can pick that up. Before I do that, though, let's see here. I got 14 minutes left. I'm gonna I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna crack a beer and then I will answer this question. All right. Back to captivating brewing. I'm assuming that, yeah, I really want to drink this. I really want to drink this West Coast IPA. But what's the ABV? 7%er guy. 7% guy. This is a 5%er. What time is it? 5 o'clock. I mean, it's not going to be that big of a difference. I would just opt for lower because, you know, I have some other things I still need to do today, but do I though? Really? Yeah, we're going to go with the West Coast IPA. All right. Burial. Oh, man. That's pretty good. Oh, it's like a strange, aftertaste is like kind of perfumey. I haven't eaten enough today for this beer, but I'm doing it anyway. El Dorado Grungeist. Somebody said that was a green ghost. Never had that. Hallertau Blanc and a dusting of Amarillo Cryo. Ah, dude, this is a top-notch beer. Top-notch West Coast IPA. Okay, so interesting stuff. How did you get involved into homebrewing, beer and homebrewing? This is actually a pretty cool story. When I was like in my 20s, I wanted to learn how to play the fiddle. I got really into like old time bluegrass music, and I bought a fiddle on eBay that came with a mandolin. It was like a crazy deal. A fiddle, this antique fiddle is like 100 plus years old, and it actually sounded really good. And a mandolin came together for $200. So I bought it. And then I didn't really have any interest in playing the mandolin, but my buddy, and I was in grad school at the time, my buddy Max said, hey, I'll buy that mandolin off you. And I said, all right, make an offer. He said, I'll pay you $200 for it, which is, I paid $200 for the fiddle and the mandolin. And he said, and I'll throw in like a keg of homebrew beer. You just have to help me brew it. And I said, dude, deal. That's a great deal. I got my $200 back and the fiddle and 5 gallons of beer. So, and I learned how to brew beer. So that was the first time I ever brewed beer. But the reason we sell homebrewing equipment is because Emmett actually kept brewing after I had stopped. And yeah, he developed our homebrew system actually. How did I get into beer though? I mean, beer is just in my blood, I think. And any new projects we're working on? Yeah, we're working on some really cool stuff. We have a new fermenter. I can't show it to you. I can talk about it. I can't show it to you. It's going to be like a wood and stainless steel fermenter, which is going to be really cool. It's going to be like a one of a kind for sure. And then also we are, it's going to be, it's still a ways out, but we are working on a new controller. with a touch screen, and maybe it can be compatible with power supply abroad. But you know, don't hold your breath on that one. It's going to be a while before that's out. So we have prototypes and we're working on some UX, but still, like, it takes a long time to develop products, especially electronics. Like the first product we ever sold was a copper still, like a copper distiller. And it literally is just like one material, it's copper. The boiler, the vapor cone, the rivets, copper. The column, copper. Like, there was one material, and a couple of different form factors, but that's it. And there's a massive difference between selling like copper sheet metal and electronics. And so, especially when you're doing the development yourself, it just takes so much time and energy and money. And so, we keep it chill here. We're not like, we just kind of take the slow approach generally. I think we find that that's best because we use everything that we sell. So it kind of helps to just, we kind of refine it as we go. But yeah, that's a new thing that we're working on. I think the most recent additions to our product lineup, yeah, can you see the kettle back? Yeah, you maybe can like barely see the kettle, but our kettles, like most of the new stuff that we are working on, we just like quietly introduce it into the stuff that we already sell and we don't tell people about it. So like for the longest time, our brew kettle has had etched volume markers inside, and they, depending on how, like the etching, sometimes they're hard to see right out of the gate, and then over time they can fade. And then there's always a little bit of variability where the etching goes as well. So now what we have in the kettle, and you can't see it because even if I wanted to, I couldn't show you because we have steam coming out of it, but we have stamped volume markers on the kettles now. So when you're filling the kettle up, it's very easy to see exactly how much water you have in the kettle. The brew systems come with 90-degree pickup tubes. The 10.5 gallon does for sure. I think we're into the 20-gallon kettles have the 90-degree pickup tubes as well. If you don't have something like that, it definitely changes the way the brew system works. You no longer have to like tilt it to get the last bit of liquid out. You can buy that as an upgrade on our website. It's fairly cheap and it's really a good thing to have. Whirlpool arm. We never really like did a big announcement about it, but generally like the brew systems, they come with these plate chillers, but I'm kind of using the counterflow chiller more and more because I'm doing these like bigger hoppy beers like this IPA. I'm foregoing the hop basket and I'm just adding the hops straight to the kettle, and this is gonna jam up. Actually, it takes a lot of hops to jam these up. It'll slow it down significantly though. You can potentially jam up a plate chiller if you add too many hops and then try to run the hops straight through the chiller. Never gonna happen with this. And this, again, this is something that like we don't ever talk about, we don't make a big deal about it, but this might look just like every other counterflow chiller that you could buy on the internet, but it is not. We have gone to great lengths to make this something that we would want to use for our own brewing. So most of the counterflow chillers out there are stainless steel outer jackets wrapped around a copper piece of copper tubing on the inside, and that is good for like heat transfer physics, right? You're gonna chill your beer down a little bit faster that way. However, you now have like a lot of copper tubing wrapped around the inside of this coil that you can't really ever get to clean very well. So if you ever leave this thing sit with any kind of moisture in it, you're gonna have copper salts start to develop on the inside of that tubing. And that's not something that you want to be consuming. So ours is 100% stainless steel inside and out. And the very first version of this had this weird little seam right at the threads for where the quick disconnect attaches. And I did not like that seam, and we never like talked about this, but we never sold any like that. We had a bunch of these manufactured, and I was like, dude, I don't like that. That's not cool. This is a chiller. It needs to be sanitary. So you know, we do run hot wort through this at the end of the brew day, but like that's still potential for like something to grow in there. So we ended up, and you know, you can't just like take the fitting off and clean it and put it back on. It's just, there's a crack there. So we ended up paying someone to go through and clean up the welds at the end of these threads on like 100 counterflow chillers, which wasn't cheap. We ate the cost on that. Nobody would have ever known, but we didn't like it, so we fixed it. But yeah, these are cool as well. Oh yeah, so all our systems have 90 degrees on the lids as well now as well. This one doesn't. Oddly, we are like constantly using prototype equipment here in the office. Yeah, the nozzle we use on the lid, I can't tell you exactly where you would find one of those other than just getting one from us. I don't know if we sell those individually on our website. If we don't, you can email Emmett at info@Clawhammer Supply and he'll hook you up with one. But yeah, we tested a lot of different nozzles before we found one that actually worked that we liked. So I just had an idea, ice cream sandwich milk stout. That's actually a pretty good idea. Yeah, 1 gallon plastic fermenter. It could be in stock as early as like tomorrow. I need to check my email. It's Sunday, but tomorrow I will know. I'm pretty sure we'll have those back in stock like this week. I think we do have the 90s for the lids. We just don't have one on this kettle. Yeah, so anything that we sell as an upgrade for the kettle, like if it's the 90 degree pickup, the 90 degree on the lid, like we don't upcharge for that. It's just not, like I said, we just are constantly adding things to the brew system. We've just been doing this for years. So there are a lot of different versions of the brew system out there. You may have a different one than, you know, you probably don't have the same one as the next guy. And we don't, oddly enough, even have the newest version of the brew systems here. Like I said, we're just constantly like using the prototype stuff. So how's the heat transfer with the stainless versus the copper? It is not an issue generally for us. All right, done with the boil. So I'm gonna cut the heat. Speaking of the chiller, I guess I need to get this chiller hooked up. I'm gonna put the lid on that guy there. And we're gonna find some hoses. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to hook this up real quick. So yeah, if you haven't been following the brew day here, we're brewing a coconut IPA. This is the first beer we've brewed since the literal 1,000-year flood rocked Asheville and the surrounding areas. All of our water here comes from reservoirs. The reservoirs overflowed and destroyed the water treatment plants. Also, the water treatment plants follow rivers down to the city. And just for example, the pipe at the reservoir, below the reservoir, the main reservoir that serves Asheville, was buried 24 feet below ground to protect from flooding and any sort of anticipated flooding. Literally, the ground was eroded down 20 plus feet and destroyed the water line that runs from the reservoir to the city. Not just in that place, but all over the place. So we've been without potable water for quite a while. We were out without water entirely for weeks. We have non-potable water flowing now, but I've disassembled this brewing system and I used it as a shower for a while. I've now reassembled it. I'm actually reassembling it right now to brew beer with again. And so I had to hook a hose back up. I had to put the spray valve back on the lid earlier. But we're getting back to brewing. We haven't been brewing either. This is literally the worst time of year for this to happen to us, because this is like kind of when we do a lot of brewing and we make a lot of content, and you know, we're a business, we sell brewing equipment, and that's important for us. But I'll say this, thankfully we weren't impacted by the flood, you know, in any other way than that. None of our, like our office, our warehouse, our houses, nothing was damaged by the floods directly. Some shingles blew off of Emmett's roof, but Emmett and I replaced them. So, which is actually kind of fun. But we're getting back into brewing now. So what do I need to do? I need to hook this chiller up. So how am I going to do this with these short hoses? It's going to be a little precarious. Won't be too bad though. So I'm going to use the counterflow chiller for this one. Boil is done. I need to chill it down to Whirlpool temp. Nearly had a boilover, like just barely avoided a boilover. You can see a tiny little bit of wort and hop debris there. So that's gonna go there. This is gonna go here. And then I'm gonna run this into a Whirlpool arm. 10 gallon, so we have two Whirlpool arms. We have a Whirlpool arm for a 20 gallon and one for a 10. One's just a little bit longer. So I'm gonna use the 10, of course. That's hot. Pop that in here. All right, gonna hook that up like so. Okay, my heat is off. Just keeping the lid on because I budgeted only 30 minutes of boil, which means I only want like 30 minutes of evaporation. You know, I do have extra water in here, so it probably doesn't matter. I did add a little bit of extra water, and I'm going to reduce the hops, and I don't think that was accounted for in the recipe. Oh, interesting. I love the prices on Clawhammer. Grandfather are thieves. I'm not, let's not talk down to anybody here. Oh, you said it. Your words, not mine. I'll just say that. Buy an expensive system and they upsell their proprietary parts. That's one of the cool things about our brewing system is that, like, a lot of the stuff that comes with our brewing system, you know, there's not really any proprietary stuff beyond the controller, but our controller is repairable. If your power switch goes out, you can buy a new one. It's like an off-the-shelf part, or you can just call us and we'll sell you one, and we're not gonna charge you more than like literally a couple of dollars for it. If your fuse holder burns out or something, you know, happens, send it to us. We'll fix it and we'll send it right back to you. We repair the stuff that we sell, and it's designed that way. It's not like a, you know, like an iPhone where we're like locking stuff down. All right, cool. So I need to get a couple of hoses here. Excuse me, sorry. I do like the idea, whoever said that they did the, they're billionaires, they don't care what I say. I do like the idea of the no-chill brew days, whoever mentioned that earlier. I would do that with this. I'm just worried, I just don't think it's gonna be, I mean, first of all, it's not gonna be sealed. I don't think that's gonna be an issue though. But I don't think it's gonna be down any lower than like 140 tomorrow if I just like stop it here. Because I have the insulation jacket on there, it's gonna hold heat pretty well. So I'm just gonna go ahead and chill it. I have to do, you know what, I have to do the hop stand anyway. So I want to be down in the, you know, 170 for that, I guess. What does it say on my recipe sheet here? 160. We're gonna do 160 for the hop stand. Okay. Listen, if y'all have not installed a hose bib in your kitchen, in the wall next to your kitchen table, you need to do that. You never know when you're gonna need access to a hose bib in your kitchen. It's not that hard, it's really not. The other thing you could do is install a hose bib under your sink. That's also actually pretty easy. And we've never done a video on our channel for that, but I actually went to Knoxville and hung out with my buddy Casey from Homebrew for Life, and we put one in his kitchen, under his sink. Oh no. No wonder my hose was leaking the last time. You know what it is the gasket is just completely wrecked. Pretty sure I have more gaskets over here. Am I originally from Asheville? No, I'm not originally from Asheville. I'm actually originally from Ohio. Northern Ohio, so up close to like 20 minutes from Indiana, probably, and probably an hour south of Michigan. All right. I always have a package of hose gaskets in our drawer over there. I think they got moved to the back toolbox, so I couldn't find any. However, there is a hose, there's some sort of an adapter in here that has a gasket, extra gasket. So I'm just gonna grab this gasket. Hopefully I don't need another one. I kind of want to get this old gasket out of here. All right. We're MacGyvering at this point with, I'm gonna use a wine bottle opener to take this gasket out. I need to meet Homebrew for Life when I come to meet you. CH is a fun guy to hang out with, I'll tell you that much. Okay, cool. The funny thing is, I only know Casey, I only know CH through YouTube. And he's become one of my best friends. I'm not kidding. Dude is hilarious, and he's just off the wall. He's just one of my favorite people. If you've never, yeah, I got everyone. Hey everyone, I got one thing to say. MBC, which is mandatory beer chug. Yeah, Casey is a character. The dude is hilarious. Homebrew for Life is his channel. Check it out if you haven't. What's my favorite type of beer to brew and drink? You know, I often brew a lot of IPAs and I like to experiment, which is what we're doing here. It's this coconut IPA. But I drink like lagers and Hefeweizens and Saisons. Just splashed West Coast IPA in my eye. His long form videos are hilarious as a rule. Yeah, he's got a new travel video. He always sends me previews and he has a new travel video coming out. I was hoping it was gonna be out this last week, but I think he's had folks in town. But he went to Croatia and it looks like it's gonna be a good one. All right, Whirlpool arm can only face one direction. I hook mine under the output valve. Yeah, that's true. I do that sometimes, but also what I'll do is, here's another thing that update with for our equipment. All of our brew systems come with just like a standard clamp. These things are super handy, especially for modular systems. So I'm just gonna clamp this guy on here like this, and it's gonna hold it exactly where I want it. Okay, so I could be whirlpooling now. I think I'm about ready. I wanna hook this drain hose up. I think before I do that, so run this hose outside. Ooh, this is gonna be tight. Does it have a gasket in it? And no, it does not. Good God. I need to come up on another gasket. Yeah, both of those were leaking the last time. No wonder. All right, I cannot start chilling this beer down until I find another gasket. And you know what? I know for a fact that we have an entire package of hose gaskets, garden hose gaskets. Oh, boom, found it. Listen, if you don't have a redundant, this isn't even what I thought I was gonna find. If you don't have like a redundant package of hose gaskets, then you don't have enough hose gaskets. You can never have enough hose gaskets. You can never have enough hose. Which means you can never have enough hose gaskets. Okay. This guy hooked up. Are you buds with Martin Keene as well? Yeah. Martin actually lives not that far away from me. I love Martin too. I love everybody that I've ever met who brews beer. Never met a beer brewer that I don't like. Martin is a good friend as well, and as is Casey. I've gone to, like, I go to the Outer Banks a lot here in North Carolina in the summertime to go kiteboarding and surfing and stuff like that. And I drive by Martin's house and I call him every time I drive through and see if he's free. And always love, if I can, dropping in on Martin to drink some beers and hang out and just catch up. Okay. Everything is hooked up here, so let's see here. I mean, if everything is hooked up, is it hooked up correctly? We're in, we're out, in the chiller, out the chiller, back to the beer. Open the ball valve, hit the pump. All right, and we're whirlpooling. There we go, baby. What we have? We are at like over 6 gallons. Yeah, the hops are gonna suck up a lot. So what I wanna do is keep an eye on this. So I need to turn the water on because we are trying to chill this down. Like I said, you want to hook up the hose bib in your kitchen, and then you want it to actually to be able to be hot or cold. So if you can build that in like I have, you should do that. So that should be cold. So I've got my chiller water turned on. It is running outside of my house, not in. Cool. Yeah, you know what the funny thing is, we have so the quick connects for the hoses for cold water. I guess we could come up with the system for that. I guess since everybody is like supplying their own garden hose, that's why we don't include that with the kit. Maybe we should though. Yeah, maybe we should. That's a good idea. Email Emmett about that and tell him that Kyle said to email him and to develop a quick disconnect kit for cold water in and out for the hoses. And tell him to name it after you. I okayed it. That's good. We will call it the I Make Beer Quick Disconnect System for chilling homebrew beer. And you brew beer. What do you do with all the beer calories? Does Climber offer any PE courses? LOL, Emmett doing jumping jacks. Listen, man, I ran 6 miles this morning. I ran 6.5 miles this morning. And I didn't want to run at all. I certainly didn't want to run at like 8:30 in the morning. And I was told that we were not going to go more than 6. So here's the thing, you need to just like running, that's where the extra calories go. And then if you do it right, you have friends that just like rope you into stuff and just basically lie to your face. And then you're 3+ miles from where you started, and now it's gonna be 3+ miles to get back. All of a sudden you're doing 7 miles. Yeah, I bought a garden hose quick connect and add to my plate chiller and counterflow. Yeah, here's the thing. We have those. Like I have those. In fact, the thing that I robbed the fitting from, the fitting that I robbed the quick disconnect from. Oh shit! I need to keep an eye on the temperature. No. Turn that off. The fitting that I robbed the gasket from. That's what I meant to say. Was, I believe, a quick disconnect. We just are constantly changing stuff around so much here that's just how it goes. All right, so we are at 158, and I wanted to do my hop stand at 160. Never fear, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm actually just gonna turn the heat back on. I'm gonna turn it back to set value mode, and I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna set it for 160. This is the thing I love about our controller. You can get yourself out of jams with it. So I dropped it accidentally to 156. I want it to be 160. I'm actually gonna heat it back up to 160. It's only 4 degrees, so it's gonna happen relatively quickly. Now the only hard part is figuring out exactly how many of these hops that I want to add. So I'm not adding any of the cryo. So let's see here. We have Sabro. This is my yeast, I don't need that. Sabro, Simcoe, Citra, right? And then the rest is cryo. I have a bucket list. 2 of the things on it are to experience Asheville and to have a beer with the Climber crew. I hope you are okay. We're okay, thank you. Well, come on to Asheville, man. Come on to Asheville. The thing you need to do in Asheville is go to Burial. It's our favorite brewery, and there's a decent chance we'll run into you there. We're thinking of you in all the areas that have been hit too hard, too often. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels here. Blackwood Brews. I ran 6 miles in my dream this morning, but I drove 5 miles to pick up some black IPAs earlier. I like that too. That's also a decent way to start your day. Okay. Wade, yeah, our house and our office and our warehouse, they're fine. All right, does your controller have a PID? Yes, it does. I'm gonna answer, I'll get into the details of that in a second. I have to, since I didn't do this ahead of time, because that's just how I do things ahead of time, I don't do them ahead of time. I have to figure out what I want to add in terms of the hops, because we are changing this recipe, but I'm doing it on the fly. We sort of already changed it on the fly at the homebrew shop when I got this stuff. Okay, so originally we were looking at 2 ounces of Simcoe 20-minute hop stand, and then 1 ounce of Citro and 1 ounce of Sabro for the hop stand. I think what I might do, since I'm gonna ferment this in the kettle, is I'm definitely gonna only add 1 ounce of Simcoe. Yeah, so 2 ounces of Simcoe hop stand, 2 ounces of dry hop. I'm only gonna add 1, so that's one thing that's going in the kettle right now. 1 ounce of Citra is gonna go into the kettle. And then 1 ounce of Sabro. Yeah, no, okay, this makes sense. So this, along with the cryo, is gonna go into it's gonna be in the kettle now. That's the whole story. But, so I need to add this stuff to the hop stand right now, so I'm gonna get something to cut these open with. I'm gonna add these extra hops back to the freezer. Most normal, reasonable people cut their hop bags open with scissors. We never do that because we can never find our scissors. Okay. So I'm gonna add the Sabro here. Oh, I'm gonna turn the pump back on. So we be Whirlpool on this one. So Sabro's going in. Citra is going in. So we're doing a coconut IPA. I'm adding actual coconut. I'm not gonna add the coconut right now either. I'm actually gonna add that tomorrow. I think what I'll do now is I'm gonna soak it in grain alcohol tonight, and then I'll add that tomorrow. Simcoe going in. Though, you know, if I just added it now below the, ideally I wouldn't add it now because we're below 170, so if there was any like bacteria or anything on it, you know, that might cause some funk in the beer. But you know what, if any beer is gonna get funky, I think this is the one for it to happen to. Simcoe, Sabro, and Citra. Just went into the Whirlpool. We are at 160. I overshot my Whirlpool temp by 4 degrees when I chilled it down. But I just turned the controller back on and I set it to 160. Yeah, so does the controller have a PID? Yeah, it has a PID. I guess that's the answer. Yes, it has a PID. Go hard on anything Citra. It will play well with the Kvike at 90 degrees. Yeah, totally. Yeah, this is, I mean, I think the bulk of the citrus for this recipe is gonna come from the Kvike. You don't have to add any Citra hops at all. And this is gonna make, this is like a, you know, orange citrus bomb here. Oh, do you build your hop profile on Beersmith? Yes, generally, but what's the new app of the hop control? They reached out and wanted us to do a video on it, but I don't think we're going to. We just haven't used it really yet. But my man JW down at the Asheville Brewer Supply homebrew shop, which by the way, if you buy a recipe kit from us, we have, I think, what do we have up there? Oatmeal porter stout. Oh my God, I have no idea. We have the cold IPA up there. My point is this: if you get a recipe kit from us, JW down at the homebrew shop is the one who actually sends you the grain. We don't do that. Homebrew shops have fallen on hard times lately, especially, you know, since just in general, but like COVID was good for homebrew shops, but then, you know, just like online sales have just killed them. And then here in Asheville, I mean, JW, man, he got just, you know, people aren't really brewing beer right now in Asheville because there is no water. And this is the first time I've ever used spring water from a gallon jugs to brew a beer. But we value our homebrew shop. We really appreciate JW, and yeah, he provides all of our recipe kits. So yeah, we have a black IPA, a cold IPA, a Space Force, yeah, Imperial Oatmeal Stout. That's what I thought it was. And then I think if this one turns out, and this is why I'm rebrewing it, thank you. Man, Andrew's on it. Everybody else knows but me. I really want this to be a kit that we have available on our site, because coconut IPAs, I think, need to be a thing. They're really good. I've tried one before and it was great. And then the first version of this was great, but they kind of got messed up with the flood. But anyway, JW, Asheville Brewer Supply. And I will say this, after the flood happened, Emmett sent out an email blast telling people about what happened and said, hey, if you want to support a local business, of course, you know, people lost their homes and things like that, and those people need support as well. If you want to support a local business, the homebrew shop is kind of on hard times right now, and people stepped up. You know, I talked to JW down at the homebrew shop yesterday, or I guess it was the day before yesterday, and he said, dude, thank you so much. That paid the rent. So thank everybody for supporting JW. What if I don't have a local shop? Well, I mean, you know, order stuff online, and if you get it from us, it comes from a local shop. It's just not your local shop. I always use rainwater. Do you really use rainwater to make your beer? Yeah, okay, so is it a fixed PID? I don't know what that means. Is it a fixed PID? And can I change the PIND? I don't know what that means. Does it have an auto tune? Yes. And if you have one of our brewing systems and you haven't done an auto tune, you should. because it does make a difference depending, I think it's mostly dependent on your elevation. I like that people are answering questions that I should know the answer to, that I only vaguely know the answer to for me. Rob Rasmussen is on it. My first brew was the Black IPA, and it was excellent, even though I didn't really know what I was doing. That's like the beauty of an IPA, especially a Black IPA. You have the malt and you have the hops, and so those are going to, oh, you know what, guys, I didn't set a timer. Those are going to like mask any mistakes that you might be making potentially. Hey Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes, counting down.
Oh man, my homebrew shop closed down right after everything opened up here in California. I'm assuming you're talking about like 2020 era. I can only buy online now. If I drive, it's 3 hours round trip. That sucks, man. Yeah, it's really nice being able to, I mean, literally what I do is I send an email to our homebrew shop, and it's not just me, anybody who lives in town here can do this. Send an email to JW, give him a ring and say, hey, I'm brewing X beer. I just sent you the recipe. I'll be there in like 20 minutes or an hour or whatever, and he'll have it ready when you get there. He just actually puts it on a shelf, and I can swipe my card, grab my stuff, and go. But he's also cool and brews beer and, you know, has beer on tap, so you can hang out if you want. I'm paying my local homebrew shop's rent tomorrow with some distilling purchases. Yeah, we have the same as well. Well, we have a local homebrew shop and a local maltster. The bag is completely full and I don't want to pick it up, but we have a 50-pound bag of two-row from Riverbend Malt House here in Asheville. So rainwater is basically distilled water. It's a blank slate that you can condition to your nudes. All right. Bring home with distractions sucks, bro. Maybe garage or out backyard, maybe basement. So, Thomas, how is getting to Burial on South Slope? I'm near Spartanburg, South Carolina, wondering if the trip is possible. Yeah, no, it's at this point, it's not a problem at all. Highway going south to Spartanburg is operating as normal, and getting to the South Slope is not a problem either. And Burial is open. I was just there this past week, Monday, I think. Do you guys use the Nova Lager yeast? Tried it with Schwarz beer and came out great, super crisp. No, I haven't used it. Okay, so I have 12 minutes left. What am I gonna do? As soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna chill it, I guess the rest of the way down to like 90 degrees. And I'm gonna pitch my yeast and I'm gonna put a lid on it, and that's that, mattress man. I haven't eaten enough to support this West Coast IPA and other beer that I drank after my coffee. So I'm gonna have some pistachio nuts. Depending on where you live, rainwater can be real acidic. Save lactic acid. Yeah, I guess, yeah, if you're brewing with acid rain, that does make sense. Yeah, I'm only 2 beers in, Rob, but I feel like I'm about 10 beers in based on my level of physical activity today and the amount of food that I've eaten. Weihenstephaner. Wheat beer. It's gonna vibrate. And then this West Coast IPA by Burial. All right, so the question is, is it worth investing in upgrading outlets to 220 and going with the 220 system over the 120? Me, personally, if you have the resources for that, I would say definitely yes. Because the 120, let's just go with the 240 actually. The 240 supports a 5500 watt element. The 120, which is the 120 system or 120 controller, is as powerful as just a regular 120 volt outlet system can be. The max you're going to get out of that is 1650 watts. So the disparity between 1650 and 5500 watts is more than 3x. So your wort is going to heat up, or your your strike water is going to heat up 3 times faster. Your heating time from mashing to boiling is going to happen 3 times faster. And then when you're at a boil, you're going to have a slightly more vigorous boil. So your brew days are going to be a fair amount faster. I'm using the 120 right now. I don't know why I'm using the 120. I just happened to be what I hooked up. I think it's because that's what I was using to take showers with. If you're just dropping in here, we had a bad flood and we don't have water. We didn't have water for a long time. So I was using the brew system as a shower. But yeah, it's if that's in your budget, then I would say a 5500 watt controller is the way to go. However, they are quite a bit bigger, so you have to have space to like put it somewhere as well. And then yeah, you need to have this. You need to have the dryer plug for the 240 volt controller, and then you also want to make sure you have a spa panel installed, which is essentially like a GFCI outlet for 240 volt equipment. Let's check on this Whirlpool. Oh yeah, it's whirling and it's pooling. We are at exactly 160 because it set the controller to 160, and we have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes and 20 seconds for those who are counting. Anyone got advice for small brews? I'm moving to an apartment soon, so we'll be limited to 2/3 of a gallons for a while. Funny story, or interesting story. That's our brew system was like it was made by him. He lived in an apartment, and that's what he designed it for. The downside of the 120 is that the boil takes forever, or I guess maybe heating up to the boil takes forever, and I usually end up drinking a tad too much, so the rest of the brew day is a bit fuzzy. Will you guys be doing any sales for the kits coming this next holiday season? Yeah, we never used to do that, but we will do that probably. I guess it's gonna be in a couple weeks or something. Yeah, so this is a good point here. Made by... Yeah, Enclave. I say that with 220 15-gallon system, and it's quick as heck. Turn on, grind, mash in, lift basket, drain, press grain, rinse the basket, and I'm boiling. Yeah, it's pretty fast. And with the 120 system, you can kind of just take your time, and maybe it just kind of depends on how you brew as well. With 240, you turn the controller on and you heat up to mash temp, and unless you're on top of things and you're grinding grain immediately, the water is going to be ready before you're ready. So the brew day really moves along with the 240 volt system. We did not make a pumpkin beer this season. Steve is climber approved. Where is Steve? Yeah, so in that respect, more power equals better beer because you'll be more sober. Maybe, yeah, the quality of the beer will be better. Maybe the brewing experience might be better with the slower, less powerful system though. I'm drinking a Too Hard to Clone I brewed on a Clawhammer about a month ago. Which, did you make the recipe or did you get one from us? We made a Too Hard to Clone like way back in the day. One of the coolest things about Asheville is that there's a little in West Asheville, there's kind of like there's what used to be a gas station. It's just a convenience store now, but they sell singles at the register, and they always, and on ice, and they always have tall boys of two-hearted ale in there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maintaining a robust boil on the 120 system can be really hard in the winter. It's dependent on a couple of things. It's dependent on your elevation and then the ambient temperature and whether or not you have an insulation jacket on your kettle and what kind of a surface your kettle is sitting on. So, yeah, any 120 system, I mean, basically they're all the same. There's only so much power you can squeeze out of a 120 volt receptacle, and we pull as much power out of it as we can. But for the consistency of boil, the 240 volt controller is the way to go. All right, 20-minute hop stand is complete. I'm turning the pump off. I'm turning the heat off. Actually, I need to leave the pump on. The heat's gonna turn off, and I'm gonna turn my chiller water back on. So here's what I'm gonna do. My original plan for this beer was to put it in a keg and ferment it. And then but I'm using Kvike yeast. So this yeast is super heat tolerant, and the hotter you get it, the faster it ferments. So somebody actually commented earlier and said, hey, I'll be done with my fermentation before you're even done with your brew day, because I'm gonna ferment it at like 110 degrees. And I took that personally. I took that as a challenge, and I'm not one to back down from a challenge, especially when it's a slam dunk for me to just use my brew system as my fermenter, which is gonna actually make my life a lot easier. So thank you for whoever said that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chill this down to like, I don't know, 95 degrees or something like that. You know what I might do, because I don't want to shock the yeast, I might chill it down to like 75, which is the temperature in here, and then I'll pitch the yeast, and then I'll set the I'll set the controller for 95. Either way, I'm gonna ferment in the kettle, and I'm gonna ferment at like 95 degrees to speed this brew day up, because somebody said that they could do it faster than me, and that's just not true. Yeah, I wish you would come out with the dual 110 240 controller so you could adjust to change the heating element for whatever power you want to use. Listen, I'm just gonna be perfectly honest with you guys. Emmett is working on a new controller, and I have no idea. It may have that feature. I really don't know. It's definitely gonna have some new features. Whether or not that's one, I don't know. But in either case, it's not going to be ready for like a year anyway. This thing's making some weird noises. If you're in the north, I'm assuming you mean Canada, we run one phase 240 volt and three phase 400 volt. Oh my God. And the GFCI protects the whole house by law. Oh, how about that? It'd probably cost us like an extra $5 to like protect the whole house here, and you know, that's been deregulated for some reason. So I also do partial volume boil, and so 8-liter batch gets 2 liters post boil, drop the temp to Whirlpool temp. It also makes boil easier on the stovetop. So stupid question, not a stupid question. It says, stupid question, what function does a Whirlpool arm serve? Not a stupid question at all. I have the claw hammer system and love it considering some upgrades. So, if you are a better brewer than me and you were trying to like really dial in a recipe, you wouldn't want to add all of the hop debris to your fermenter. You want to leave it behind. Also, if you're using something like this, a plate chiller, as opposed to this counterflow chiller, and you're trying to basically leave as much hop debris as possible in the kettle, what the Whirlpool arm is going to do is it's going to make the wort circulate around the edge of the kettle, and it kind of acts like a centrifuge. And the hop debris actually collects in the center, so it's going to make a little cone in the center. So when you transfer it over into your kettle, all of that hop debris is going to stay behind. Let's say you're brewing on an outdoor plastic table. You need to put something under the kettle. I've seen your outdoor vids, and I believe you guys had a chunk of wood under the kettle. I think you might be referring to like one particular video where we did brew on a plastic table, probably at my neighbor's house, or a very old video that was shot behind my house on a plastic table. Yeah, I would probably recommend putting a piece of wood on it if you have a plastic table. We use these metal tables now here at the office. All right, so what strain of Kvike? I'm old and I can't see the packet. Let me help you out. It is Voss Kvike. There are several different types of Kvike yeast, and I've tried many of them, probably not all of them. This, though, is my favorite, Voss. I think you can't go wrong with Voss. All right, listen, chat, do not let me overshoot my yeast pitching temp. I love how compact the system is compared to my anvil. Are you talking about our system? Because the anvil is pretty compact. So I'm technically not fermenting a beer. Okay, you're in Australia, right? You can distill legally, and you can talk about it. I'm doing a split batch, 50-50 dry hopped after split, and distilling the rest into caramel bourbon and a few other spirits. That is very cool. Like I said, we're gonna be in New Zealand this winter, hanging out with Jesse and distilling. Actually, distilling is not legal in Australia, right? Nobody seems to care about it. Yeah, you keep the Whirlpool arm as you're draining the kettle, for sure. So Lutra's the best for faux lagers with its clean taste. So what's the advantage of Lutra? Is it also fast fermenting like Voss? I've used Lutra before, But honestly, I don't remember what beer we used it for. And I think it was like, I feel like it was like out of date or something. I don't think it turned out very well. One package of Voss is enough for a 5-gallon batch. I'm gonna say absolutely. Especially if this beer is like, oh, what is it? 5.6%. Yeah, no problem. One package will do the trick. South Africa, but yeah, can distill, no problem. I like to come to NZ to meet Jesse too. He's a cool dude. When did you change the website? We changed it sometime this fall, which was like a huge ordeal because we've been building that website for almost 15 years. All right, so this is interesting. So the Lutra yeast sounds like it's slower, 4 to 5 days, as opposed to like literally Voss can be done in like 2 to 3. But you can still do hot temps with no ester or off flavor. So it's basically like a high temp lager, like 3470 or something like that. What's everybody drinking? I'm off the beer train. I ran 6 miles today. I didn't eat breakfast. I only ate a little bit of lunch. Actually, I ate breakfast after I ran. But I'm done. I'm done with my beers. There we go. Drank a Hefeweizen, and I drank a West Coast IPA, and I moved on to hop water. What are you all drinking? I'm drinking water, Poland Spring. Alt beer, cool. I'm good buds with CH from Homebrew for Life. He is alive and well. He's been traveling. He was in Croatia. I wanted to go on that trip. My wife would have murdered me. Like literally, she would have suffocated me with a pillow in my sleep. And then you know what? I might have not made it back from that trip either because Casey's pretty wild. So there's a high chance that I wouldn't be here right now if I would have gone to Croatia with Casey. He's fine though with CH, Homebrew for Life. He's got a new video that he's working on and it should be out. I thought it was gonna be out last week, but I think he's had people in town. Drinking some black tea, no sugar. All right, narrow gauge, Cloud City Hazy IPA. That sounds cool. Homemade green prickly pear mead. That sounds cool. New Zealand Hazy IPA. That sounds cool. Try M20 from Mangrove. So anyone looking to do dark beers in super high temps, try M20 from Mangrove Jacks. What's the advantage there? Like what's the what kind of flavor profile is you getting from that? Nice limoncello. Still drinking homebrew, double dry hops, double IPA. Ready for water in bed. I slept horribly last night. I ran 6.3 miles this morning. I had one meal and then I drank 2 tall boys. I don't like water in bed isn't critical for me, but I do need some food at some point. And yeah, bed would be cool at some point too. But it's actually still pretty early here. It's like 6 o'clock. It feels so late because it's dark. Donnie G, what'd you do special with your pumpkin beer? How'd you make it? Sweet. So it's a fast ferment. So M20 from Mangrove Jacks for dark beer. It is a fast ferment, like 3 days, and it gives a spiced flavor. It took a recipe from 3rd place to a 1st. That's cool. Oh, okay, so isn't M20 a Hefeweizen yeast? So is it like you don't get the banana from it, or you do, or? What would like a dark Hefeweizen beer be? Like what style would that be? So like a dark, like a stout level of darkness that also has the banana and clove. What like technically would that be? What kind of a style of beer would that be? Is that a style? I don't think I've ever had anything like that. Dunkel? Really? Huh. I guess I've had Dunkels before, but I never thought. I guess I didn't know that that's what I was drinking. Like the banana, I guess I'll say, the banana didn't pop out like a lighter Hefeweizen would. So the brew vids are always a blast to watch. Thank you, James. And you guys always look like you're having a blast. That's generally the goal. We like to keep it chill and we try to have fun. Probably to at a detriment at some points. Doesn't necessarily need to be the tastiest, but what beer was your most fun to make? Man, I mean, it would have to be like one that we made with Ross. The thing is, we'll brew and we'll roll footage for like 6 hours, and we condense it down to a 10-minute video. But God, man, Ross, he would just like get me laughing so hard sometimes it just make my stomach hurt. So I don't know. I mean, there's anytime we ever hang out with Ross, that's just how it is. It's good to have friends that are just like cool and funny and lighthearted and fun to be around, and Ross is just kind of that kind of guy. So if you're gonna make beer with anybody, that's always a good guy to have around. Wait, I don't know why, but I don't think I've ever had a beer take longer than 72 hours to ferment out, no matter what yeast I use. You must be fermenting pretty warm. Belgian ale. All right, 84, we're getting really close. I'm like 10 degrees away. Guys, please don't let me lose track of this. So in 10 degrees from now, so 75-ish, I'm gonna pitch this Kvike, and then I'm actually gonna set the controller, so I'm gonna pitch it at 74, which is room temp. I'm gonna set the controller for 95, so I'm gonna pitch it at the same temp, and then ramp it back up to the temp that I want to ferment at. So maybe it's the style. I have a local microbrew that does a Weizenbach that really makes the banana esters pop. Yeah, man, I don't know. I guess I just didn't know. Really, never even thought about that until right now. Yeah, Hammer Party Black IPA with Ross was the best. Excuse me. So that particular brew day and that video that we made for that beer just does the best at capturing Ross kind of in his, just Ross being Ross. I was about to say peak Ross, but there is no peak Ross. It's just like a high plateau that just goes on forever. And another really cool video that we did with Ross was how to grow hops at home. I think it's how to grow hops at home. And it's just Ross being fucking Ross, just being hilarious. And I wasn't there for the filming of that, but sometimes I go back and watch that video because Ross is just so funny in that video. And it does a really good job of literally just like capturing Ross. He's a funny guy. He's a really interesting, one of a kind, heart of gold dude. I really want to brew a bunch of English beers. Love ESBs and dark malts. I put a question up on Reddit the other day asking people what they were brewing, and I was surprised by how many people commented that they were brewing like dark milds, like English milds, extra ESBs, stuff like that. That was interesting. What's your take on using lactose to give micro session IPA some body? That's a good question. I think when we do that, we just kind of bump the mash temp up to create more non-fermentable sugar as opposed to using lactose. But I've never tried that, using lactose to give micro session IPA some body. Gabriel, good hanging out, man. See ya. Peak Emmett is on the roof. I thought he was going to fall. Yeah. I was worried about that ahead of time. All right. I kind of want to show you guys this Whirlpool, but I don't want to take the... Here's what I'm going to do. Well, no, I'm just going to leave it just like it is. Okay, so we are many hours into this brew day. I'm brewing a coconut IPA. This is the first beer that I've brewed since we had the flood here in Asheville. Everybody's fine. Warehouse is fine. Office is fine. Our houses are fine. Employees are fine. Asheville, on the other hand, is not fine. Asheville's on hard times right now. And a lot of people lost their homes and everything they own, so it's been a whole ordeal. We still don't have potable water, but we do have water. I brewed this particular beer with gallon jugs of spring water, and it is a coconut IPA. We have, in this beer, we have pale two row malt, wheat malt, bodybuilder malt, and Vienna malt. I have Magnum, Simcoe, Citra, Mosaic, Sabro going. Magnum was the bittering hop, and then Simcoe, Citra, and Sabro I tossed in at Whirlpool. I have chilled the beer down to 77. I think I'm going to go ahead and bust open this package of Kvike Voss yeast. I'm fermenting in the kettle because somebody said something that made me think that we were in some sort of a challenge or a race or something, which really is not what they meant, I'm sure. But here's what really happened. I just realized at that moment that it was going to make my life easier because I don't have to clean a keg now. I can clean it tomorrow, and beer will be done faster. Oh, sorry, yeah, coconut. So that's a good question. I am going to add coconut, but I'm going to add it tomorrow. I'm going to soak it in some grain alcohol. I'm not going to do that on the stream here. Yeah, no, Sabro does have a coconut vibe to it. I'm actually adding coconut. So I'm going to soak some coconut in in a jar in some grain alcohol, and I'm gonna add it tomorrow. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add this yeast. So it's 75 degrees here. I'm turning this pump off. I'm turning the water off. I'm going to add the yeast. I need to cut it open first. Do I have a knife out there? So this is dry yeast. Generally, you don't need to aerate the wort for dry yeast, so this works out really well for me. The only question I have at this point is, what do I do with the Whirlpool arm and the hoses? Guys, should I do an open fermentation on this? We talked about it earlier. Basically, I'm just gonna leave the kettle cracked. I mean, here's the thing. This yeast is so freaking crazy and fast. It's gonna just annihilate, it's just gonna annihilate the sugar in there. So nothing else is gonna have a chance to grow. This might be like our first true open ferment. My logic on that is I just don't really want to move the Whirlpool arm from where it's at. What to do? Man, I think I'm gonna go for it. The chat has slowed down. You guys, really, I need you to help me out here. Throw some saran wrap over it. I don't have any. I don't want to. Yeah. Normally, what I would do is this. I would actually put the quick disconnect on top of this guy here. That's what I'll do. I'll probably do that. I'll just go ahead and put that on the spray valve and take the Whirlpool arm out. And then I guess when I want to transfer, yeah, this has already had hot work going. Maybe I'll spray that with some Star Sand. I don't want to bungee cord around the bag. I don't ferment with the doors open. Garbage bag over the kettle. No, I would do that, but just the aesthetics. Do I even have Star Sand made up? Good God, no. Guys, it's been a rough 3 weeks. No, it's been a rough 5 weeks. Probably 6 weeks at this point. All right. Dude, we're gonna get wild with this one. Here's the thing, if any beer is gonna get funky on me, I think this is the beer I want it to happen to. I think that would only add to Febreze the room. I think that would only add to the vibe of this beer. Coconut Febreze. Something has gone wrong. Kyle always has a bucket of, I know, something has gone wrong. I always have a bucket of Star Sand on his person. Emma said so. That's true. And what went wrong was this freaking flood. I don't have a Star Sand made up. I do have an empty spray bottle. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make up some Star Sand real quick in the spray bottle. Man, Windex, I have Windex. So here's the state of things here in Asheville. Like, we can't drink the water. It's non-potable. And I know because I drank the water and it didn't treat me very well. It was an accident. So normally I would actually weigh this out, but I'm not gonna do it. So this is the only potable water we have here. Water from plastic gallon buckets and jugs. So I'm gonna put a little bit of star sand in this guy. Tiniest bit, not gonna take much. That's, I'm sure, plenty. Oh, that's true, grain alcohol. But I kind of want to spray this thing, so. All right, we're good, we're good. It's aid from Africa. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I got a little container of star sand. So what I'm gonna do, I have my yeast here. I don't want to drop it. I'm going to. Yeah, the Whirlpool arm ended up being not necessary because I'm not going to transfer it into a keg. So I'm going to sprinkle. I'm adding this Voss yeast straight to the kettle. We're getting crazy here. This is not typically how people brew beer. It's not typically how we brew beer, but I've done this before and it worked out just fine. Actually, it worked out very well. So I've added my yeast straight to the kettle. This does work. This isn't proof of concept. The concept has already been proven. I'm gonna pull my Whirlpool arm out, which I didn't actually need. Deal with that in a second. I'm gonna add my lid back. I'm gonna consider this all pretty sanitary because it was, you know, we had like steam coming up through here. And then I'm gonna, you know, the top of the lid didn't necessarily get hit. Are you kidding me? Does this spray bottle not work? Bruh. Oh, okay, it works. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't used during the boil. So I'm spraying it, sanitized, popping this guy on here. Boom, I am fermenting in the kettle. And I am gonna put like a little bit of weight on this guy because as I was transporting this back and forth to my house a number of times to use as a shower, I bent the lid. I'm not careful with things in general as a rule. So and the irony is this. I'm going to use I'm going to use 3 different, sorry for that noise. These things are quite heavy. I'm going to ferment with spunding valves, except I'm fermenting in the kettle and I'm going to use these heavy ass spunding valves as my weights to hold the lid down. That's actually pretty, I'm sure gas will get out of there just fine. All right, so I've pitched at 75 degrees, which is room temperature, so I'm not like shacking the yeast. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the I'm gonna set the kettle temp for 95 degrees. Boom. Turn the heat back on. This thing's gonna ferment at 95 degrees. It's gonna be done probably in like 24 hours or something, I would guess. It's gonna be pretty fast. Ball valve is closed. Yes, it is closed. I'm gonna leave it closed. Yeah, so yeast is in, coconut IPA, coconut's not in yet. I'm gonna add the coconut. I'm gonna add my dry hops tomorrow. It'll probably be done in like 48 hours. So this is gonna be an uber fast fermentation here. Should I take a gravity reading real quick? I could do it pretty easily. Yeah, why not? Actually, no, not. I'm gonna tell you why not, because I don't want to. The sheet says that we're supposed to be starting at what? 10:55. I'm gonna say it's 10:55. It's almost always correct. So 10:55 is where we're gonna start. I'm gonna say that's where we are. And I'm gonna leave this sit here, yeah, till tomorrow, and then I'm gonna wrap it up. So that's that. Thanks to whoever said that they were gonna ferment their beer faster than me. Cool ship style, kind of, yeah. All right, yeah, 10:58, so 10:55 is the estimated starting gravity, and we're estimating that we're gonna end at 10:12. I'm gonna eyeball the OG. What's the OG on that wort? What is OG? That's the better question. Yeah, so I'm not using non-potable water to brew with. I dumped a bunch of gallon jugs of spring water in here, and then I'm going to clean everything with non-potable water, but I'm gonna like boil the water, and then I'll cool it down and add PW, so it'll be not a problem at all. So I go 99 and call the beer 99 problems, but beer ain't one. That's actually a really good idea. I'm not gonna do it. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for you. I like that idea. We're gonna ferment this guy at 99 degrees. And I got 99 problems, because I do right now actually, but beer ain't one. So good suggestion, Duncan Hops. Why keep the hoses in the chiller attached? Because I can't clean it right now anyway. I'm gonna clean everything in the kettle. So I'm just gonna leave all of that, and I'm gonna actually put everything that's in the chiller and the kettle and the hoses into the actual keg. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's all about the naming. That's a good one. I agree, man. That's good. Okay. Well, everybody, thanks for hanging out. It's been real, it's been fun, and it's been real fun. So I am going to bounce on out of here as soon as I figure out how exactly to bounce on out of here. Brewing and distilling tomorrow actually sounds like a lot of fun. I wish that was more accessible. It's definitely accessible in the US, but you know, I wish it was more accessible. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me while I brewed this beer. It was a really good time, and thanks for everybody who's reached out to us after the flood. We really appreciate all of the well wishes. Thanks to everybody who donated money or bought something from Asheville Brewer Supply, or a local homebrew shop. That was really cool of everybody. Hey, thanks to our channel members, Jesse Lance, yeah boy. If y'all want to be a member, you can sign up on our YouTube channel page, and everybody appreciate it. I will catch you on the next one. See ya.